Oh, snap. Look, we're living proof that we actually know each other. We actually
In the same room?
you have to turn on the mic. Yeah, there you go.
We've never done this before.
We've never done
I've
this
never
is our
been in the
first
same
time.
room as you ever in
Well,
about a week
Not
and a
not,
half.
not on camera.
Okay. Am I on?
Yeah, we're on. We're on right now. What's up? I should say over here. We're too busy looking at our faces, and admiring how we actually look really good right here.
Really good.
Really,
Yeah.
really good.
Okay. Cool.
So, but hey, what's up, everybody? Renee, Loki Geek here, Blake, the Wolf, right here next to me. We're the Movie Bros, Movie Time crew here live, doing the
Wow.
Oscar stuff.
And this is the 2023 Oscars mukbang episode.
There it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. So, while you're eating your pizza, what are you wearing today?
I'm eating pizza.
Oh, you're eating pizza.
I'm
Okay.
wearing tomato sauce
Yeah.
on my face.
Oh, that's the plan. Hopefully, we won't have to worry about that, right? But yeah, as he's chewing, let us know in the comments if we're coming in clear. Obviously, we want to make sure that everything looks good and that there are no problems. I have no way to monitor the stream right now, unless I actually just go. I guess I could just go on my app, right? And I could see if we're coming in okay.
I could run to the other room so fast that I could hear the delay. To answer your question from earlier,
Right.
Renee, I'm wearing A24 swag.
Oh, yes, very
which
nice.
I got as a holiday gift from my mother.
Yes.
In recent history, repping the brand.
Yeah,
the brand
very
is
nice.
strong this year.
Very cool.
Everything Everywhere, Marcel the Shell.
Really strong, yeah.
A bunch of movies.
Yeah.
The Whale, I
Yeah,
think.
The Whale too.
Off memory, yeah.
Yep.
Bunch of them.
Yeah, no. Love the shirt.
Thank you.
And for those of you who did not know, they're in New York. A24 is located in New York. So,
New York.
yeah. At least they were established in New York. I don't know if they're still in New York now.
They're headquartered, yeah.
There, so there you go. So New York proud right here because we are coming to you from New York. We're not going to tell you where, but we are here in New York.
It's a couch.
It's a couch. We're a New York couch. So we're excited. Right now, they're just going through the typical, red carpet stuff, interviews, all that good stuff and everything. Right now, Michelle Yeoh is actually on screen. She looks great in her white gown outfit. Very fancy headband. Was that a headband? Hairband?
I think we're probably not the best red
No,
carpet fashion commentators,
why
but
we're not-
I'm not
no.
looking at you anymore. I'm now looking at Michelle Yeoh,
She looks great.
killing it.
Yeah, she looks great.
What a presence.
Yeah. No, we're definitely not. That's why we don't work for E or anything like that. But then again, I think we prefer not to. Oh, is that the Daniels right there? Oh, look at them.
One of two. Okay, two.
Well,
Daniels
I
and a
saw him like right
producer?
behind you.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
That's-
Jenny Slate. There's your girl
it's a
right
nice
there.
moment. Yep,
Yeah.
big fan of Jenny Slate.
Yeah. So.
In starred Marcel, but also in Everything Everywhere, which I was doing some deep diving
Yeah.
on Everything Everywhere and alternate endings and scenes that got cut because they had to cut half an hour.
Sure.
Apparently, not only was there the Rock universe and hot dog fingers.
Yeah.
There was a pasta universe, and
Really?
Jenny Slate voiced one of the pieces of pasta that gets cut, and then they still have her or added her scene where she's the dog kicking fighter person.
That's pretty damn
Kicking
hilarious.
or flinging. Yeah, there was yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. So there you go. Well, yeah, this is the kind of stuff you're gonna get with this watch along. You're gonna get insights, stuff that we researched, very awesome commentary on outfits and dresses and headbands and earrings. Look at Pedro Pascal. Look at that guy. But some of the things that we're gonna be doing tonight. Obviously, we're commenting on the Oscars and all that stuff like that. We have our ballots that if you were able to catch our special Movie Time episode where we filled out our Oscar ballots and our predictions.
There's a lot on the line tonight, Renee. I know that the people who were nominated have a lot on the line. We have, I would say, more because we have a bet in place.
Yeah, we do. And basically the bet is whoever the loser is has to watch a recommendation from the other person. And I think we agreed that's going to be something we've been dying for them to watch for a long time, but they haven't.
Recommendation/punishment in my case.
Well, yeah. In your
'cause
case,
you're
it's
gonna have
probably
me
a
watch a
punishment.
horror movie, and as you know, I'm chicken shit, and I will be calling you that evening, being like, "Hey, Renee, I can't sleep. Can you just check on me
I can't
every so
wait.
often?" Yeah,
I
that'll
can't
be fun.
wait. Yeah.
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 And as of now, the plan is I'm going to have you watch a Jim Jarmusch movie, which
Okay.
you've been putting off forever.
Okay.
As the indie film nerd of the two of us,
Right,
he's
right.
a big fave of mine.
Nice.
On my Letterboxd, a top 4 movie all
Yeah.
time that you just haven't watched. And I've asked you maybe at this point hundreds of times. And you just say, yeah, no, I need to. I should. I
Right.
will. Which we all have that. We all have our little
Yeah, we
spots.
have our little holes, you know, are things that we need to catch up on. And I would admit, Jim Jarmusch is definitely someone I need to really catch up on, because my experience watching his movies is very little. Oh, look, it's
This guy.
it's a YouTuber,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, the film nerd guy.
Yeah. Look at what he's wearing. He looks very Elvis-like.
Last year or 2 years ago, he was part of the nominations.
It was 2
announcement.
years ago.
He wasn't this time, and I was
Yeah.
worried, like, is he okay? Here
Yeah.
he is.
No, he's
Decked out.
Apparently, he's still alive and kicking. And they got him doing more stuff,
Yep.
which is great.
Deep diving on Elvis costumes.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. So the wager on the line. We just told you that. Have we settled on the scoring for each category? Maybe that's something you could look into a little later, because we will be sharing our scores on the stream just to see where we're at and all that as they announce all the winners and everything. We also, if you are familiar with any kind of Oscar party, we have our little Oscar bingo cards here ready for our enjoyment and all that. I haven't even read mine.
We might have already missed some, actually. We might be
Have we?
We might be kind of distracted. I don't know if there's any red carpet stuff on here, but if there is, the fact that Michael B. Jordan is here is promising from one of mine. Michael B. Jordan presenting.
Oh, yeah.
Best Writing Adapted Screenplay category. I just crossed that out. Best Animated Feature category. Oh, that's maybe you have to guess that one. If it says category, you have to guess that one correctly.
Right.
Because there's no way it's just when
Yeah.
the category happens. Okay.
I have a lot of funny ones on mine. So mine is like thanking Netflix, mentions the pandemic. I think that will happen tonight. A technical difficulty, which could very well happen tonight.
Yesterday.
Yeah, because yesterday, as they were prepping and rehearsing for tonight's show, they lost power for more than 3 hours. I don't know what the actual length was, but that could cause some issues for tonight's broadcast. We shall see. A political speech, that's for
guaranteed.
sure going to happen. Yeah. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see if any one of us is going to win this bingo or not. But yeah. Welcome to everyone who's watching so far and commenting. Hi guys, it's Oscars night from Babak. That is a commenter right here. So thank
Babak.
you. Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. Hope you could join us for the full extent of the evening. Also, like I said before, let us know if you're not hearing us right, or if we're coming through kind of weird. It's hard for me to monitor how the strength of the stream is. I think I'm just going to open up my app right now.
I think that's okay. We can do that.
I'm just gonna.
It hasn't started yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out and see what happens.
Troubleshooting right now.
Yeah.
And then I'm working on how we score this thing. As you know, I like to overcomplicate things.
Mm-hmm.
I think we go a score of 1 for all the normal below the line awards, and then some 2s, some 3s, and a 5. I've got a whole proposal to run by you in a second once you confirm that. I'm excited to see if my pizza noises come through.
So, I mean, right now it's looking pretty good. I'm noticing some choppiness.
Okay.
I don't know why that is, or if there's anything we can do about that, but you could hear us.
The audio.
Okay. Yeah, the audio seems to be pretty much good.
Who among us hasn't listened to like a baseball game on the radio?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's a very similar concept.
Yeah. It's commentary, right? So.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, but, see, like audio-wise seems to be okay. We do apologize if at any point the video it cuts out or is like choppy.
I apologize for nothing.
Well, I'm apologizing. So yeah, but
I apologize if I'm rude while Kate Blanchett is talking. Please, Renee, if you could be respectful. The queen is here.
I can't exactly just be quiet. Someone has to be talking, But Kate Blanchett looks great as always. it's amazing how we were talking about Kate Blanchett earlier, and one of the things that we love about her is that she's extremely quirky, which is great, and how there's like this fascination on the internet about her smoking and her hiding her smoking, which is really, really funny. So if you ever see pictures of her online where maybe she has a hand behind her back or whatever the case is, good chance maybe she's hiding a cigarette.
Some people are dedicated to important, like, who was JFK's
Sure.
assassin?
Yeah.
How did World War I really start? And
Right.
some people are really good at deep diving on the internet about finding pictures of Kate Blanchett hiding a cigarette while
yeah.
having a photo taken
Yeah,
of her.
yeah, but they all fall
important.
along the same lines of conspiracy, right?
Well, no,
Because-
we have facts.
Okay,
We have.
yeah, no, this is this is
I'll show
legit
you. I have a
facts,
whole
yeah.
portfolio of research. I
Yeah.
printed out documents circling.
No,
thing.
I believe
Yeah.
that. Lady Gaga is here.
She's here.
Who it was announced today that she was going to be here
A few days ago.
Yeah,
She wasn't.
She wasn't at
Today,
all.
she
Yeah.
is.
So she will be performing too.
That's all 5.
Her songs. So all
original
5 of
songs.
them. Yeah.
Not always a great look when the Oscars do original song. We're going to see how they do it today, but at least these are 5. Like, we got that's an
Yeah.
interesting category. That's a fun one.
Yeah, it should be fun. It should be fun. I had no idea Nicole Kidman was that tall. Or is she really short?
Oh, but she might actually, when she walks into a room, she asks everyone to kneel.
To kneel down.
So that way,
Yeah.
it
And
just
bend
shows
over.
how powerful that Nicole Kidman is.
Okay, yeah. I mean, she's even taller than her hubby. She's like, what is she, like 6'3"?
Even love feels good in a place like this.
Love does feel good in a place like that.
They're holding hands.
For
That's
for
lovely.
those of you who are familiar with her AMC spot, which is fantastic.
I had a friend text me the other day. They said, why are people clapping at the Nicole Kidman? But they don't go to the movies. It was like their first time to go to the movies in forever. And they're like, hey, do you know what this is? I'm like, I know exactly what that
yeah.
is. I am one
Oh,
of those
yeah.
people.
Oh, yeah.
It's a phenomenon.
It is, yeah.
Sensation.
And when you witness it for the first time, it's so funny. Because it doesn't happen in every screening. But if you're in that one screening where you have a bunch of people standing up and applauding for her AMC speech, it is fantastic. It is quite a sight to see. I will say, however, that I think she needs a burger. A little bit too gaunt.
I wouldn't comment on that whatsoever, but I'm assuming everyone here is hungry tonight.
Yes.
And speaking of thirsty, there's Austin Butler being interviewed by Ashley Graham.
Yeah,
So
and he still
maybe
has.
he's got a haircut. Maybe he's been looking like that. I don't know. But
I don't know.
yeah,
He's
wow.
well put together.
Let's listen to the voice. Is he
It's
speaking in
it's
his
still
Elvis?
there. It's still there.
Research confirms he's still talking like Elvis Presley.
He's still talking.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I listened to his Mark Maron WTF episode,
Uh-huh.
deep dive. I kind of fell for the guy a little bit.
Oh,
I've been
yeah?
giving him a little bit of a hard time for his Elvis. And maybe is he a one-hit wonder? Is he a real actor? Is this just like a fluke? It was. He has a winning personality in that long interview format. It was lovely hearing his background. I was thinking I would actually dislike it.
Yeah.
And no, what a winning man.
I mean, he's very charming, right?
We'll see if he's winning later tonight.
Oh.
We both put Brendan Fraser.
Yes, we did.
I've been regretting that ever since.
Well, I know,
I'm wishing
and
I'd
I
put
know
Austin
why.
Butler.
Because you're someone who looks at the odds and looks at all the predictions and all that stuff
Listens
like that.
to every single thing I can
Listens-
possibly
yeah,
find,
listens
reads
to all
everything,
the podcasts.
overthinks it, rethinks it.
And right now, as of today, Austin had a good 10 to 15% lead on Brendan for winning the Oscar.
You got to be kidding me. You tell me now. Technically, the awards haven't started yet, but we did lock in our picks.
We did.
So that's
Yeah.
good for me because otherwise I'd be changing it up until the last minute.
Yeah.
Just like how the
Yeah.
situation on the ground changes. A lot of people who were at one point favorites
Yeah.
are no longer favorites, and then people coming out of left field. Apparently, at some point in July, I think it was, you could bet on everything everywhere. It was some bonkers number, like a 50-1 odds.
Yeah.
So you would essentially multiply your bet times 50. And now those numbers are for Best Picture. Now those numbers have completely flipped, where
Yeah.
it is by far the favorite.
Yeah.
It might be one of the least surprising moments of the night is the Best Picture.
Yeah.
If anything happens where they don't win, that would be one of the biggest shocks to where it's such a favorite. But there was a moment in time where we could have won some real money on everything everywhere.
Yeah. Well, could have, would have. It's just one of those things. But gambling is not good, people. Let's not get into that. It could lead to dark roads and
He
dark
said after
alleys.
telling me I will be punished by having to watch Midsommar if I lose tonight.
You said you're going to be punished. I
I
said I just
agree.
wanted you to
Okay.
watch the movie. We wanted
I
you
do
to watch.
agree to your terms. Betting where you watch, you're sadistically asking your friends to do things that aren't in their best interest. That's fine. That's always fun.
Yeah.
When it's making them watch a movie.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. And you know what? I'll add this thing too. Like when you watch it, I'll offer me being here with you to watch it, so you're not alone.
I feel like that might be worse.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think you're going to be the most comforting presence, but I appreciate the offer. Thank you, Renee. I'll let you know.
It's there. It's
Okay.
there for you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Maybe not being alone is a good idea. I don't know the best way to watch horror movies, but my understanding is the one where you're bracing and doing this the whole time is
Sure.
actually worse.
Yeah.
Where if you just like allow yourself to be scared and get it out of your system, so like I actually did some research in preparation.
Wow.
In case I do lose, which I won't. My picks are definitely going to be correct down the board.
Yeah.
You're terrible at this.
Oh yeah. I don't have a winning
Historically, you
record.
beat me almost every time except one, but I'm very confident about tonight. And but yeah, apparently watching a movie by trying to enjoy it and experience the moment is actually a better way to enjoy horror movies than the one
Sure.
where you're like turning on all the lights and freaking out
Yeah.
and like making it worse
No,
for
because
yourself.
you're making it
Psyching
worse for you.
yourself out.
Yeah. Or you could do what some people do, and I experienced it because some of those people were sitting next to me at one point. You could laugh throughout the whole thing and just like make jokes and make fun of everything as a defense
Disarm it,
mechanism.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's also a good idea. Maybe I'll have you here then. Maybe I'll invite you over because you're good at that.
Because I'll just start making fun of some stuff, and I'll just make my funny commentary, and you'll be okay.
As good friends,
Yeah.
we're good at that.
Yeah.
Bullshitting.
Oh, yeah.
Making each other laugh. Being
Well,
goofy.
Oh yeah, because that's what we do, and that's why we do this. So.
I do this for the money. What do you mean?
Well, I do this for the money too, but it's nice to do it with somebody who you enjoy doing it with, right?
No, not
No?
really.
Okay.
I don't care.
Well,
yeah. No, it's just
there goes
just
that.
Here,
So,
fame, money, credibility,
Right.
legacy, things like that.
Yeah.
But also, you're not. I mean, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not mad about hanging out with you.
But speaking of money and all that, not that we're asking, but if you are in a position to help support the channel and all that stuff like that, the super chats are live, and anytime anyone sends in the super chat, obviously we'll read your question immediately. We'll feature it on the screen. If you want to have your message or comment automatically read out loud in the Geekbot voice that I have initiated for this stream, if you donate $5 or more, you could easily do that. All that information, it can be found in the description of this video, and I'll make sure to also pin it in the comments.
Renee,
So
something's
we are
happening.
starting now. So this is going to be exciting.
They're doing a montage. The magic of the movies and how they're made. We're assuming most folks are watching along while we do this, so we won't be doing necessarily full live commentary at every moment, especially things that we need to hear and can report back on, especially if someone is only doing it. This is audio or a video audio. Follow along. But currently we are in the depths of a long montage of movies from the last year, showing how they're made, showing some great clips from movies. I know that some people do prop betting, and there's definitely a prop bet out there of how many montages they will do tonight. I've heard numbers of 5, 6, things like that.
5 seems like a lot.
And now we are What's interesting, and I always think it's interesting how the Oscars handle this. They're showing movies that were not nominated at all, including
Right.
Nope, fully blanked, wrongly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We have had many episodes complaining about that. Jimmy Kimmel's inserted
Oh,
himself.
here we go.
Okay, it's a comedy bit.
It's a yeah. This is exactly what he
This was one of the
does
prop
on his
bets.
show.
Yep, similar to like Billy Crystal when he was doing this back in the day, putting himself in the movies and making jokes.
Right.
He is in the back of Tom Cruise's plane.
Oh,
If plane's
wait.
coming.
Oh,
we're
that's
now live at the Oscars.
wow.
They've got. Are those the planes? Are those drones?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, those
You would know.
are a plane.
Those are two plane-looking things.
They look legit.
They look
do.
like real planes. And
Yeah.
if Jimmy Kimmel parachutes in,
That would be the best thing ever.
there's no way.
No, he won't do it. Or they'll probably have him in the rafter. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
fake
yeah,
parachute
fake
in.
parachute,
Nice.
yeah.
Okay. I'm turning the volume up a little bit since this is the opening monologue.
Well, everyone seemed to be showing their appreciation. Now, I'm extremely curious as to how his humor is going to land for the whole evening. Will he make a Will Smith joke?
That's on the bingo. There are prop bets about that. Knowing Jimmy Kimmel's style of humor, people will think it's pretty funny, and that'll be about that. And I'm curious if there's big clunkers or if he does anything controversial or
Sure.
a terrible bit.
Yeah.
But that's probably about as interesting as we're going to get tonight.
Yeah. At the movies. Nice. Nice. That's hilarious. Oh, and I love seeing Christopher Guest there. Aw.
This is a nice moment.
Yeah.
This is a good way to start it off.
Yeah. Like putting the spotlight on the right people. Encino Man. See, look at that. Anything's possible, people.
The joke was that two people from Encino Man were
Yeah.
nominated for Oscars.
Anything's possible. They just recently did a skit together, him and Steven Spielberg. Yeah.
I missed it.
Seth was not ready for that joke. He was busy doing something else. Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh wow, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that.
Doing some quick math,
But
70,
then it makes sense. Yeah.
80, 90. Okay, yeah, 70, 80, 90.
Yeah. Oh, there's Judd Hirsch. It was funny for those of you who watch SNL or don't watch SNL. Um, there was a skit last night uh, about the Oscars, and they were like on the red carpet, and you saw it, right? And they interviewed the Jewish speech is it speech coach
Beach coach, something like that.
for Michelle Williams.
Sheriff Thurman,
It's so funny.
who is Jewish, talking about what it was like to coach Michelle Williams, who was not.
Oh, that was really really hilarious. Wow, that's why John Williams is man. No, I agree. Oh, nice. Nice little jab at Babylon.
That hurts.
Is Cameron even there tonight?
He has to be.
I doubt it. I mean, Cruz is not even there
Why
tonight.
would James Cameron not be here?
Maybe.
Since he lost to his, I think at the time, ex-wife went for
Maybe.
directing Hurt Locker against Avatar. Maybe just bad memories here. I don't know. Okay, he's not.
See? I thought so. Actually, I would agree with that.
That does make it harder to get one later, though. Folks are saying it might be a Lord of the Rings situation where later in the franchise he gets it for the last one, the kind of thing, and it gets its love then.
Yeah.
But when you don't show up to the awards, it is not a great look for people
Sure.
voting for you in the future. That's happened in the past.
Right.
It's not always a surefire way to not get nominated again, but
When will his last one be, though? Because this guy, he wants to do like
30,
five,
40
six.
years from now. Funny.
Nice. Oh, that was good. I like what he's doing there. The Academy voters love it. That's the question.
Okay,
Oh,
Scientology joke for whoever
Scientology
had
joke.
that on their
Yeah.
bingo cards.
He went there. Who, Christopher Nolan? Oh yeah, Tom Cruise. Yeah, nice,
Great. Yep.
nice. Mission Impossible joke. Ah, all right.
Jimmy Kimmel's doing fine.
He's,
Yeah,
he's
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 telling jokes.
you know what? He's the right humor for the right crowd right now.
Yep. Austin Butler, time to make a joke about his voice, I'm assuming.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be a good possibility, right?
Yep,
It's,
there it is.
there it is. Nice.
They're mentioning it, but not calling it out
Right.
by name. That's so funny. That's a great joke.
That is.
Honestly,
Nice little dig at Will Smith. I appreciate that. Oh, wow.
he's getting more direct.
Oh, Michael B is looking good. What do you think he's wearing there? What are those jewels?
Those brooches.
Oh, this was definitely rehearsed, right?
I,
Like, I'm sure he told
yeah,
them.
they at least prepared a look
yeah.
to give to the camera. As if this Fable Man is a superhero. That's a great joke.
Guillermo.
Guillermo del Toro. That one wasn't very rehearsed.
No.
He just shrugged.
Yes, there he is. Hey. But I'm dumb. Yeah, that is something good to note that
Yep.
now we're going to be hearing all the categories
Live in person.
live.
'Cause last time they just kind of like cut them in.
Yeah.
And that's
Oh, that's pretty funny.
okay. A lot of long movies this year. He's not wrong.
There was, they're getting longer and longer
I'm
every
not
year.
mad about it though.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, wow. That's hilarious. Okay, I could kind of see where that could be a problem now.
I'm curious, but what I was talking about earlier wasn't even that
It's
was
not
about
the
the
full
actual
thing.
song
Yeah, I
performance.
know, but
I'm
I'm just
curious
saying
what they do there, but they
we
did
just got a
do
sample.
Not to joke. Yeah.
All right. The Rock is getting gray, huh?
He is great.
Look at that.
That's that color.
No, she's not telling the truth, right? Did they switch it up?
They're doing animation.
Oh,
first.
they
That
switched
list you
it
had,
up.
Yeah.
Wow. So it was announced a little earlier that the first category they were going to announce was supporting actress. This was supposed to be second. So it looks like they did a last minute change.
I'm freaking out right now. All of my preparation, throw it out the window. Now I have to go to a different spot on the
I think they
page
totally changed.
with my blue pen.
Wow.
We both put Pinocchio?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I did see Jungle Book, and God help me, I can't
Not that
remember
Jungle Boat, right?
the Jungle
Jungle
Boat.
Cruise?
Sorry, the Jungle Cruise. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, with the Disney thing they did together. I can't remember one thing that happened in that movie.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't bother seeing it.
Yeah.
I knew even if I did, I wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. Was Jungle Cruise? Was Tom Cruise involved at all?
No,
Okay, I wasn't. I was.
no, it's
The
these two.
name Jungle Cruise.
Of course. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shocked if it doesn't win. I personally wouldn't be mad if Marcel or Turning Red won, and wouldn't be too pissed if
No.
Puss in Boots' Last Wish won. CB's would be one of the biggest shocks.
I mean,
Ever.
CB.
We went through all
CB.
the animated winners since they introduced the category recently on one of our
Yeah.
episodes. That would be probably the worst one, right up there with, was it Spirited? Spirited Away? Spirited?
Uh. Oh, Spirit.
No, that was a nomination.
No.
There was another one that was a weird. It wasn't Spirited Away. Anyway, there was one nomination there that was.
Yeah, my personal choice obviously is Marcel and the Shell, but I know Pinocchio is going to win. Well, here we go. We're going to find out now. There it is. Yep. So,
Clock it.
yeah.
We didn't go over this earlier. We probably should have.
Oh, go for it.
My proposal was 5 points for Best Picture,
Okay.
3 points for all the acting, supporting and main, and directing.
Okay.
2 points for some of the medium categories. That would be animated, international, documentary. Are there any other 2-pointers? Oh, and writing.
Okay.
And 1 point for all the others.
Okay.
Any issues?
I'm good with that. No. I'm perfectly good with that. Yeah. You have all that.
Same ones on a lot. Yeah.
You have all that written down, of course, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm not gonna keep up with it, all of that, really.
There's a couple others we could mess with, but that's just an easy, fairly simple way to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I missed it. I don't know if
I think he's the producer or one of the producers.
when they do that.
Yeah.
We all just want to hear Guillermo del Toro be a nerd about the movies.
I was expecting that. Oh, he mentions Netflix. That's on my bingo card. Look at that. Can I have that pen right there? Thank you. Look at that. I actually got a square. I'm happy. I don't know if you could see that. Oh, yeah, it won't show on camera.
Some people were upset that it wasn't nominated elsewhere because it was such a good and special movie.
For
There's
Pinocchio?
a world where that's in a Best Picture nomination.
Yeah.
I think the original Pinocchio way back in the day was nominated, or it was.
Uh-huh.
So damn good. You could see it taking one of those spots.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of great. I'm not. It's hard to be mad about almost any of the Best Picture nominees. There's movies that are left out for sure.
Yeah.
But there's some years where those 8, 9, and 10 spot, especially a couple years ago, where it was a really weak year.
Right.
This isn't one of those years. This is a movie.
No.
It might be another one of those makeup years where people's projects that got pushed are getting made a little bit later.
Sure.
And so we do have, in my opinion, 10 strong Best Picture nominees.
Oh yeah, and like we said like we said before in multiple episodes and in our last one, all of those nominees are well deserving of the nomination. Not one of them was like, where did this movie come from? It wasn't anything like that at all.
I like people. There any of them like a Triangle of Sadness. Maybe somebody thinks shouldn't be there. Avatar.
Yeah.
Water, but for every one of those, there's other folks who
I think your is your mic on?
My mic is now on.
Oh, there
It's
it
been
is.
off for a while, I
Yeah, at
guess.
least good thing we have two mics, so that way we could hear.
They were hearing your reaction
Yes.
to whatever I was saying before. That's good. A
It's-
one-sided
yeah.
conversation. Thank you for catching that.
See, and there it is, Casey. Thank you so much. Casey said, "I can't hear the blonde guy's voice." So
Thank you,
thank you,
Casey.
Casey. That is
Yes.
Blake, by the way.
Wait, are you're the blonde guy or I'm the blonde guy?
I could
Is
be
your
blonde.
mic? Okay.
Yeah, you
We
can't
don't know.
tell because
There's no way to know.
if I had hair, it could be blonde.
You're going full Dwayne
Yeah.
with the Rock Johnson.
I
down there.
am
You
too.
look good.
I know. Yeah.
Up top and here.
Oh,
the
totally.
gray. I
Dude.
like it, dude.
Yeah. Unintentionally, but yeah, that's what's happening there. But thank you, Casey, for letting us know.
Good looking out. Appreciate that. We were just talking about the Best Picture nominees, how Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, which just won animated, could have been one of the nominees, but this is a good year with a stacked list. And I guess the last thing I was saying was that for every one of the movies that folks feel like maybe shouldn't be on there, an Avatar: Way of Water or a Triangle of Sadness, depending on how you're coming in at it, there's a lot of people who think it should be. So I think this is a year where a lot of folks will be satisfied by the nominees with a few big snubs that we've covered a lot.
Multiple times, yeah.
And
I think it's a general consensus of who should have been nominated. I feel like a lot of people feel mutually the same about those that didn't get.
Mutually what?
They feel that those movies that we feel
correct
should have been nominated.
Yes.
Yeah. It's pretty much across the board, so.
We're doing a commercial break right now. We've got Disney going on, so I'm going to go get another slice of pizza for our Oscars mukbang YouTube series. And then, do you want a refill on anything? Are you doing okay?
I'm okay for now.
You're hanging in there?
I'm
All right, if you need
hanging in
water or
there.
anything, let me know.
No. We'll tag team throughout the night.
Turn my mic off.
Yeah.
Remind me to turn it on
just
when I
don't
get
forget
back.
to turn it back on. Casey, real quick with the comment, I wanted Red to win personally. Red was a great movie. Blake actually just watched Turning Red for the first time, 3-4 weeks ago? Like a good month. Yeah, and he was shocked how good it was. So great, fantastic movie for sure. Personally, I wanted Marcel the Shell to win because that was that movie made my top 10 of last year. But I knew once I saw Pinocchio, I knew there was no way Marcel the Shell had any chance because Pinocchio was just far and beyond technical achievement, all that stuff, So, and Guillermo wants to do another one. Yeah, he wants to do another one. So, is that going to take up another 15 years of his life to do that? Well, he's always the kind of guy that loves to do multiple things all at once, anyway. So, yeah. So, but yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. And he has so much stuff on the fire right now. He has so many things planned. It's just obviously I think the big thing with Guillermo is that studios are a little afraid to give him money because he does tend to go over budget quite a bit. But yeah, so we got the first award for the evening goes to Pinocchio for animated feature film. Now it looks like, okay, so they're going to go through the best picture nominees, and they're going to give their little highlight moments. So that should be interesting and fun. With Avatar being highlighted first. Oh, look at that. Dwayne Johnson, Emily Blunt. Look at that. I'm filling out, in case you are wondering, I'm filling out my Oscar bingo sheet because some things did happen on my sheets. Let's see. What else here? "88 years old for Judd Hirsch." Wow. Great performance in The Fabelmans.
Ariana DeBose, who has never gone viral for anything awkward ever, is now about to present with the man Troy Kotzer. They're going to do, I guess, both together, supporting actor and actress. Sometimes they'll do, the guy does actress,
Right.
and the previous female winner. Now they're doing it together.
Right. Uh, wait, who's talking?
Troy Kotzer is currently doing sign language, and I believe he was the first.
Yeah. But who do they have talking?
There's someone behind the.
Some random guy?
Yeah, there's just someone interpreting live right now. Maybe they have the speech beforehand and are reading it. Just a disembodied voice. Ariana DeBose also was a big winner, but that was last year, right?
That was with
Feels like
West
so
Side
long
Story.
ago. Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah. Both were big breakthroughs last year with their wins. You just referenced what you were asking about.
Oh, there we go.
I was saying it doesn't matter where the sound comes from. This is me signing right now.
All right, so now actor in a supporting. Okay. Oh, Troy Kotzer. Look, I'm feeling a lot of squares on my bingo cards right now.
This is bullshit. So far, I've got Jimmy Kimmel mentions the slap and mentions pandemic when he was just talking about getting butts and seats. I'm going to count
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Good call on that one.
that. Okay, best supporting actor category. That's not if you get it right. That's just when they do it. Because I think by the end of the night, people would fill
I
it
guess
out no
so,
matter what.
yeah.
It's a way to just guarantee a
Yeah.
category, kind of. And I'm also about to get Everything Everywhere All at Once wins an Oscar because Ke Huy Quan is
yeah.
either about to win or it will be one of the greatest upsets, not exaggerating, in Oscars history.
I don't know if I want to see that.
Yeah, the numbers on his odds are just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
By far the favorite.
Barry Keoghan.
I do love him.
He's great.
Killing of a Sacred Deer, the Yorgos Lanthimos movie a few years ago. He was the Joker in the most recent The Batman
Yeah.
at the end. Was it maybe
Spoiler
post-credits
alert,
or
but-
just at the very end of the movie?
Yeah, but the movie's been out for a long time now, so. Well, is a year considered a
Is
long
that
time?
a spoiler? I don't even think that's a spoiler.
They already put it out on the internet, so
Ke Huy Quan.
this could be the first award for Everything Everywhere All at Once for the evening. First of many. Some people are predicting they may win 8 or 6 tonight. There it is. Boom.
Oh, Ariana DeBose gets emotional mentioning Ke Huy Quan's name. That's beautiful.
And yeah, and this
He flew out family members.
Whew.
He was saying
Oh,
earlier
yeah.
on the red carpet from Houston. And that's beautiful that they're there for this
And
huge
this-
moment.
this caps out a tremendous award circuit run for him, because he's been cleaning up everywhere,
Everywhere.
everything.
Over many weeks
Not all at once.
and months. A long award
But
season for this
close
dude.
enough.
He's been giving so many genuine speeches, and it seems
Oh, yeah.
genuinely grateful and in the moment every single time, and this is no exception.
Yeah, this is going to be special. This speech is
Everyone
gonna
knew
be
he was going to
special.
win, and he's currently tearing up.
Yeah.
That's beautiful that he's taking it in, which is all you could ever want from someone in that position. You've been a fan of his
Oh,
whole career.
my God. Oh,
Wow.
that's so sweet.
I'm getting emotional too. Wow.
That was great. That was great. That was emotional.
We
Oh,
have
thank
tissues
you.
on hand for a moment like this. Wow. That's a great early night award.
That was special.
Multiple people are crying. Not us at all. Yeah, I got choked up. That was a beautiful speech.
That was great.
That's the kind of thing that they'll play for years to
Yeah.
come.
And I was getting worried. I was getting worried they were going to do like the whole playoff music
Yeah.
thing.
Oh
And I'm
my
like,
gosh, you
please don't.
couldn't.
Yeah.
No. He did a good job too, because he's had so many opportunities to thank different folks.
Yeah.
I think at a recent, maybe it was the Indie Spirits or a similar award, he literally thanked every single crew member by name
No
from
way.
the movie.
Really?
In genuine gratitude, which is a beautiful thing to do, but also after you keep giving speech after speech and are doing not like just press junkets,
Yeah.
but then award season and that grind to then be saying similar things repeatedly. And some folks, if you give the wrong speech, it can break your chances at an Oscar or make your chances.
Yeah.
He stayed in the game, but it feels like never it got the best of him. Never, like he's just been a genuinely grateful human the entire time.
Yeah.
It was beautiful to see. And then tonight he gave a pretty concise.
Yeah. It was emotional. It hit
Yeah.
all the right beats and all the right
was
feels,
beautiful.
So,
And good for him.
yeah. And again, one of the great comeback stories of last year,
So we're about to get supporting actress though, and this is where things get interesting. There was some Irish betting market that had 3 different people at an even tie for first place.
Really?
For this one, including Carrie Condon.
Sure.
Which maybe that's the Irish betting markets were a little biased towards that. She's usually in a second or third place in
Yeah.
this. But a lot of folks said Carrie Condon, and the fact that she's the third most favorite is wild. That many
Wow.
people have predicted her. Otherwise, the main favorites, Jamie Lee Curtis and Angela Bassett.
She had a great performance too. It's unfortunate it comes in the year where there were just a lot of great performances.
And there are 5 first-time nominees, but especially Angela Bassett and Jamie Lee Curtis, having had such storied, long careers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Jamie Lee
Wow.
Curtis.
Okay.
She just mouthed "shut up" or maybe yelled it. She seemed genuinely shocked.
Wow.
She's almost falling over and hugging the people in her group. Wow. Okay,
Wow. Well, look at that.
so
All
Blakey
right.
just took the lead.
You're in the lead right now. Yeah, because
That was one of our biggest departures on the major categories too. Maybe
Yeah.
our only one.
Who'd
Who'd you have for best? No, we had same for best actor. Oh, best actress. I put Michelle
Michelle
Yeoh.
Yeoh. We both have the same.
Thank goodness. Okay,
Yeah,
because that's how you
yeah.
could have gotten on.
Yeah.
That. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Best picture were the same. So you'll have to win a couple of the
Smaller
ones.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, just to recap again, I had Angela Bassett as the winner.
Not a bad bet, obviously.
No.
It was neck
Yeah,
and neck.
yeah.
And in some cases, neck and neck and neck.
Right. Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of people disappointed right now that Angela Bassett didn't win.
We're going to be hearing it.
I'm
They're
honestly
going to be
among
people
them.
hearing it. Yeah.
But it is one of those situations where in recent weeks we saw that momentum shift to Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
It's if you think that you can get disappointed by the Oscars, they'll usually disappoint you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I usually try to go into
Yeah.
it, and it sucks, but pretty cynically, knowing that they're not actually awarding what is technically the best performance or the one that is most just or most right. But there's so much else that goes into it, including all the campaigning. And Jamie Lee Curtis has been winning a lot lately.
Yeah, like she definitely did a lot of push.
A lot.
In the last recent weeks, yeah. Because it's true. Like Angela was when Angela won was it the Golden Globes?
I think it was a Golden Globe.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Golden Globes and another one, I think. I think she won two.
She was winning a bunch of big ones early on, and then Jamie Lee Curtis has been winning more in recent
the
weeks.
recent ones, yeah. So there was definitely a shift in that momentum.
And Jamie Lee Curtis has been campaigning, even in her sense of gratitude and supporting her castmates.
Yeah.
Some folks were cynically saying that's really just a campaign for herself.
Yeah. She could make another Nepo baby joke.
Is that one of the weirdest characters to have ever won an Oscar? She's playing someone who, at parts of the movie, has hot dog fingers.
Right.
I'm not sure what else would be up there, but that would be a fun list to make, I think, sometime, looking back through the history of the Oscars.
Sure. It's definitely interesting because she's had such a strong and long career.
Mostly box office stuff,
Yeah.
though, and genre stuff,
Yeah.
and Scream Queen. Like, a few years ago, she did the Knives Out, the original one. She was
Yep.
in that.
Mhm.
We've seen her do some movies that are a little more serious, but even a lot of those are more genre or blockbuster.
Yeah.
So she's someone who hasn't been in a position to be nominated much in the past, but has been a big Hollywood mainstay. Oldest thing I'm thinking of where she was on a big stage was Fish Called Wanda. And that was, I think it was either nominated or it was acclaimed for the writing of that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, are we going to song? Are we doing
Yeah, it
a
looks
song?
like we're getting the first original song for the evening.
Yeah, this is the Diane Warren song.
Which movie again?
Tell It Like a Woman. This is, I think, Diane Warren's maybe 12th, 13th nomination. She's never won.
Gotcha.
She did get a Lifetime Oscar last year, or in the past year. It seems like they're kind of just nominating her at this point to keep putting her out there.
Tell It Like
There
a
were
Woman.
a lot of 14-time
Who?
Diane Warren.
Oh, there she is.
14-time
Oh, yeah,
nominee.
okay.
They just shouted it out
Yep.
from the stage, which is a hell of a thing to say to
I know,
someone.
yeah.
And it's also one of those, like, it's a running joke in the Oscars, like, what? Please stop nominating her because we just keep watching her lose. And this has got to be another year. If this wins, it would be a please. Someone's voting to not have her nominated again,
Right.
essentially.
Right.
This is a movie that was a collection of movies. I think it was, the concept was directed by women, starring women, stories about women. It was called Tell It Like a Woman.
Oh, okay.
And she just had either a credit song or a song that's somewhere in the movie.
Right.
Which we see, like Lady Gaga's song is just thrown in at the credits of Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
She's had multiple of those. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. She was in a Sophia Loren movie, and it was a similar thing, just a song that's thrown in there.
Gotcha. Real quick, as we are listening to this great performance, Casey said, could you briefly mention what were the snubs this year?
Best actress to me are the two big ones, with Danielle Deadwyler
Yeah.
and Viola Davis being left out of Best Actress.
Yep.
There's other acting performances from The Woman King that could have been there for supporting or Best Actress. Those
And-
are a
and
few of the big
directing,
ones that
too.
got
I
mentioned
believe-
a bunch.
Yeah, I believe directing.
And director.
Yeah.
Yep. And then in that same category, it was Ana de Armas and Andrea Riseborough. Folks were thinking, wouldn't it be there, or were less likely to be there? Renee and I did a whole episode where we went through who we would have nominated, and it's
Yeah.
a very different list, including,
Yeah.
like in my case, having a lot of nominations for Nope, a favorite movie
Kiki
of both
Palmer
of ours.
for sure, too, yeah.
Kiki Palmer, in my opinion, is a huge one, but it's one of those things that she wasn't even talked about.
No.
Because folks weren't thinking, like, no one's optimistic enough about the Oscars to think that amazing performance from that amazing movie, but it happened to be a genre movie.
Yep.
There's obviously a racial problem with the Oscars nominations historically and through to now. Okay, we're going to a commercial.
Yeah, we're going to commercial. Yeah, so definitely a lot of those.
I'm not sure who else who I'm missing. I know that we could have seen Dolly De Leon from Triangle of Sadness for supporting.
For sure, for me, was a big snub.
I put it on my list, and I know a lot of people who are actually either they're Oscar reporters, and they were predicting that she would be nominated, or at least she was in a 5, 6, 7 spot.
Yeah,
so that was another big one.
Yeah, because she was getting a lot of a lot of praise and a lot of mentions leading up until the nominees, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and I never forgot when I saw her performance in that movie. I agreed immediately. I was like, no, she definitely needs to be nominated for supporting actress. And in our discussion that we had, we talked about, well, who would she replaced? And honestly, in my opinion, it could easily have replaced Jamie Lee Curtis in that section.
When those nominations were announced, Jamie Lee Curtis was almost a surprise to where and Stephanie Hsu was the bigger surprise that day. Mm-hmm. But personally, like who you and I would pick, and different people are going to have different orders of who should be there and who shouldn't be there. Yeah. But there's a world where neither Jamie Lee Curtis nor Stephanie Hsu are nominated. Instead, you have like Dolly De Leon, someone from Woman King. Mm-hmm. Other people's snubs that are just coming to mind. Folks thought Paul Dano would be there and the supporting actor, and instead Brian Tyree Henry is assumed to be taking that 5th nomination. Yeah. Which a lot of folks weren't mad about that. That was actually a decent one to have switched in there.
Yeah, I had him on my picks on my for nominations for Brian Tyree Henry. Yeah, if you remember,
for your personal who you would have put, or for who you thought would be nominated.
Who I would have nominated. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't watch the movie until after the nominations. Yeah. I have spent the last couple weeks just binging Oscar movies. Yesterday, I saw 4 movies in theaters trying to catch up. Causeway was one of those with Jennifer Lawrence and Brian Tyree Henry. Yeah. That I'd put off because of the subject matter. Basically, the last week or two before the Oscars, it's all the movies that are either look dumb or sad and so troubling that it would be a hard emotional watch. And sometimes I'll just pass on those if the writing quality, directing quality, acting quality doesn't seem so top-notch. Oh, you got to see this movie. Right. I saw The Whale at some point only because I knew it was going to be nominated. And that's an example of a tough watch, a tough hang, very highly dramatic, emotionally difficult movie. Yeah. So anyway, that's what I've been up to the last week to 2 weeks. It's either the Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris, kind of like I don't really care about that one, or just the rip your heart out and stomp on it movies that I'd been putting off in hopes that they wouldn't be nominated.
Talking about snubs, and you brought up. What did you bring up that I was going to say?
Paul Dano. Nope.
No.
Woman King.
No. It was one of the last things you brought up.
Supporting actor. I was talking about Brian Tyree Henry in that 5th spot over at Paul Dano. We were talking about directors, which I was going to add to that list.
Oh, no.
Jordan
I got
Peele,
it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jordan Peele definitely. But The Whale. Earlier in the awards season, Sadie Sink was being talked a lot about being recognized for her performance in The Whale.
Who's
Sadie Sink in The Whale?
What am I missing here? Who is that? Who's Sadie Sink?
She's the redhead. She's the daughter, the one who played the daughter.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked by that one wasn't, but I could see it. Yeah. There's another world where that one's in there in those 5 nominees for sure. I was also thinking that Hong Chow got nominated for The Whale. And folks were thinking that Hong Chow should have been nominated for the menu instead. Right. And it's one of those weird Oscars things. So many people saw the menu, and The Whale ended up being a box office success, one of those word of mouth, slow burn at the box office. It was there for a while. Mm-hmm. But a lot of people, so many people saw the menu. The theory was that Hong Chow's name was out there for the menu more. But because A24 and The Whale were promoting that movie so much, and campaigning for it, that's why it was nominated. Why Hong Chow was nominated for that movie.
Yeah, and then to be fair, I think her performance in The Whale was definitely more emotional, and it's a more fitting thing for an Oscar nominee.
And also because we're about to move on to another Best Picture summary for Tar, a big favorite of mine from last year.
Huge favorite of mine.
That's another one. Nina Hoss could have been nominated in supporting actress.
Yeah, good call on that one. Yeah.
And the other nomination I'm thinking of was visual effects for Everything Everywhere. It wasn't nominated, and and I think it wasn't even shortlisted. There was a couple categories, production design, but visual effects was one where visual effects was such a huge part of that movie, and the behind the scenes of how they made it with such a small, lean team for that indie A24 movie was so incredible. I thought it was going to get nominated on that, and the narrative was very strong for that team.
True.
One of those things that people were really talking about after that movie.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even shortlisted, so that was a disappointment for me personally, but such a great amount of nominations for Everything Everywhere.
Oh, look at
Todd
Field
Field's wearing a
looking
hat.
look all fancy. Another Will Smith joke. Wow. He is not holding back, huh?
Questlove and Riz Ahmed, two of the greatest humans to ever grace the planet. Doing best documentary.
Oh, best documentary, huh?
Okay. What'd you put? I did Navalny.
I did whatchamacallit?
My personal pick isn't Navalny, but that's
no,
what
I did why can I see
Did
it
you do All
now?
That Breathes?
No. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Fire of Love.
Fire of Love. Oh,
Yeah,
that was one of those that I really,
heartwarming.
yeah. Renee said that the movie was heartwarming, the one about the couple that follows volcanoes. Didn't even mean to make the pun.
Oh, that was great. I love that moment.
Navalny was a favorite, but this is a tough category. I've heard almost all of these being mentioned as possible winners. And also there's less focus on this category, so it's harder to get a gauge of who's the most likely.
Right.
And because a lot of these are released over a different amount of time at different festivals and are sometimes nominated against each other and often not, it's hard to get a good grasp of who's really the favorite here. So this could be interesting. If neither of ours gets it, though, that would be a pretty decent upset. But some folks are saying All the Beauty and the Bloodshed
Really?
has a good shot at it, and All That Breathes, the one they're going over now, which I watched in the last week. A lot of these movies are tough watches. So if you're looking at this thinking, oh, I should watch this, maybe just make sure that you've eaten a healthy meal that day and are ready to do either some crying or... A lot of these are heavy.
Yeah.
Heavy as hell.
One of the things that I would say maybe Fire of Love has a leg up on is that they were campaigning their film the minute it came out. You know, like I was seeing it mentioned a lot in trades, a lot on social media.
Was it a streamer? I honestly...
No.
Okay.
It wasn't. They had it in the theaters for a while, and then eventually it went on Disney Plus.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Which doesn't hurt when you...
Oh,
Navalny. Okay.
I have a feeling. See,
Wow.
I think Blake is going to win tonight because.
Damn, I'm so sorry. I'm undefeated so far. You're not doing good. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. If you need another beer.
Remember,
Yes.
I did say in our predictions episode that I think you're going to have a leg up this year.
Because I've watched so many of them?
No, because I've watched many.
I still don't get why that would make it easier for you to defeat me.
Because
why it would make it easier for me. Because you normally don't watch. You watch a bunch of them, but not as many as I do.
No.
This year we were right there with each other. We
Yeah.
both seen all the best pictures just on our own because we love movies.
Yeah.
Not after the nominations got
Yeah.
announced.
No, it's the same reason I told you before is the more I watch, the more my own personal feelings get into my choices.
What do you normally use when you're I think
Word of-
we're
word of-
getting
word
a
of mouth.
speech from someone about
Yeah, I know.
your
We're interrupted.
documentary. It's fine. He's talking about how important the movie is.
I love her, by the way. She is like so fierce.
Who?
The publicist.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And I love that That's his son, right? That's
Okay,
his son
speech
and
gets
the wife.
political. I got that on my bingo card. But yeah, what are you normally using to fill out your Oscars ballot?
So if it's something I didn't see, I always go by word of mouth, word on
You're
the
just going
street,
kind of what you've heard
like
by the
what
things you normally would have listened
social
to and read
media
anyway.
traction, all that
Just stuff
stuff.
you're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a terrible way to do it.
Hey, it worked
In
for
my-
me the last what? How many years?
I think I beat you last year by a few points. There was
Yeah,
one category
very
where I
close.
got the
Very,
jump
very
on you at
close.
the
Yeah.
end. Other
Yeah.
than that, you'd beat me for a couple years prior.
Yeah.
This is the part where I obligatorily remind you that the year before we met.
I know you said you had a perfect ballot.
Yep.
Perfect
ballot.
ballot,
It
yeah.
was I don't think I included the shorts in that because those are to me it's like there's so many like there's not much information on them.
Uh-huh.
They compete differently with each other.
Yeah.
In different festivals or different award shows, etc. So I think it was just everything that was all the other categories.
Yeah.
Perfect ballot. We'll add that asterisk. Oh, this is Navalny's wife speaking
Yeah.
now.
hmm Those are his kids.
She's telling her husband who is currently imprisoned and that the movie was about to stay strong.
And he's been in prison for how long now? Like a good year or
minute.
two?
Yeah, I do not know off the top. I'm going to go a couple years.
Yeah, because
it's been
when
a
was
minute.
this filmed? This was filmed during the pandemic, right? The documentary.
Okay, now we're about to do
Is this
shorts.
short?
Yeah, these are the live
documentary
action
short,
shorts. I
yeah.
saw these in theater yesterday.
So this is a great example of
Yep.
movies I didn't get to watch at all. So again, I used my word on the street, social media reactions to make my choice here.
And sometimes you just go off gut. And there's
Yeah.
actually there are folks who go with the strategy of the most interesting, catchy name. So in the documentary short, there's My Year of Dicks. A lot of folks put it on that logic, and it's not a terrible way to do it because the idea is Oscar voters aren't going to actually watch all these.
Sure.
They just kind of go with the name that catches their attention the most.
Yeah.
Damn.
This is
What
live
did
action
I don't
short.
even remember what I put. Best action short, An Irish Goodbye. That one was entertaining. I felt it was clunky at parts, a little awkward at parts. But it was overall pretty funny.
Hey,
and
I
pretty
got it.
touching. Really? I was worried.
Yeah.
That was my memories. You put
Wow.
that, I put something else. Son of a
Now,
gun.
I don't know if me winning a whole bunch of these small categories will help me get closer to Blake. I
Good luck.
doubt it. I don't think
Good
it's
luck.
I don't think it's going to
I
happen.
put An Irish Goodbye also. Oh, buddy,
That's
I'm
what
so
I thought-
sorry.
that's what I thought you
Okay,
did.
we both put that.
Okay.
That's interesting.
That's what I thought you did.
Okay.
All right.
I thought I put Ivalu. There was somebody was saying Ivalu where I always do too much research.
Maybe in your other sheet.
The dude on the left and the
had
dude on the right were the two stars of the movie. It was an ornery, funny kind of gallows humor. Their mother dies, and it's what do we do with the ashes?
Gotcha.
And then
okay.
it was they wanted to fulfill her bucket list together, and they'd been fighting, having a tough time, and then they spent time together.
Oh, and it's his birthday.
That's sweet.
Aww.
Okay, that's sweet.
That's
Wasn't the orchestra playing
fantastic.
along to Happy Birthday?
I know,
That's
right?
my question. What are
Yeah.
you there for if you're only playing people off? This is a moment for you to actually be nice to one of the nominees.
Aww.
Colin Farrell wearing an Irish pin and applauding for the Irish short film, An Irish Goodbye. So a lot of Irish nominees this
Yeah.
year. I think it's a record or it's up there, if not. But what, 3 dudes from Banshees, this short film. There was at least 1 or 2 others. Carrie Condon.
Oh, they're
for the
they're
movie
2
itself.
stars of the up and coming live action Little Mermaid. Yeah.
ABC, which is a Disney
Yeah.
company,
Makes
is
sense.
plugging their Disney movie.
Makes sense. Wow, they're really leaning in on the promotion for the Little Mermaid. Oh, here we go. First
Oh, we're doing
full trailer. So trailer
an
reaction.
advertisement
Yeah.
baked into the actual Oscars.
What was the name of the prince in this one? He is Joshua.
Dude, I have no idea.
John.
John, I feel good about that.
Right.
Uh,
Philip.
I was at the exact right age when Little Mermaid comes out. I'll tell you this: I never looked at him once. I was a
Okay.
big fan of Ariel.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
What's interesting, and now I'm remembering because we talked about this in the past of what they need to fix about the Oscars. They don't allow movie trailers during the
No.
commercials because the fear is a movie will. It's not a good look because then you're giving money to a company that later would be awarding
Sure.
you. This is an interesting take on that. They are doing during the Oscars trailer for Little Mermaid.
But like you said, it's ABC, Disney company.
Uh-huh.
This is a Disney movie.
So they already had. Maybe there's no bias to like pay if it doesn't. It's not a bad look, but I'm curious. Maybe they changed the policy this year, and I haven't seen it so
Who
far.
knows?
If they're doing trailers for other movies,
I have no idea. It looks fantastic, though. I have to say.
I know I keep talking over this.
And they're
landmark
he's not
movie.
really good at trailer reactions. But they mimicked a lot of similarities as far as scenes from the animated movie. They mimicked exactly in this live action, from what I could tell from the trailer. Looks good.
Before we mainly just had the teaser.
Yeah.
It was the first thing that dropped.
And the song, we heard her singing voice
Yes.
before.
But there wasn't much to go off of to
No.
build any opinion on what the movie might look like or be like.
No,
How do you
yeah.
feel?
It
What's
looks
your gut say? 'Cause
it
I know
looks
you're,
good.
I know you're a fan of animation. I know you're a fan that you've been interested in this movie.
Yeah. No, I'm curious because again, their live action adaptations have been hit or miss, mostly miss, with the exception of, in my opinion, Cinderella, which was one of their earlier ones that they did.
I missed that one.
Yeah.
So, but all the other ones
Hey.
I've seen have basically been misses.
It's-
Or,
yeah.
that wasn't terrible.
It
was kind
hasn't
of-
been great. It
yeah.
hasn't been great for the most part. But it looks
This
good.
might be the exception.
It looks
we might
good.
have a good,
Yeah.
actually like, oh wow, that was a good movie.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it may be good or not. It just looks good, you know.
There have been other ones. I remember like after an Aladdin trailer drops where people go, "What the hell was that?"
Yeah.
That this isn't the reaction that I'm feeling
No.
for this movie.
No.
This at least doesn't look like, oh, there are trailers where you go, "Oh, that looks bad."
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, yeah,
not what we're
yeah.
seeing here.
No.
That's good.
Yeah. And I think if anything, it's doing proper fan service to those who are fans of the original, because like I said, they mimicked a lot of the same scenes. Now, Lion King mimicked a lot of the same scenes too, and that ended up being a snooze fest for me. So that's why it's like a trailer is one thing. What it actually looks like and feels like when you watch it, it's a whole different other thing. You know?
And this isn't about the quality, but more the box office. But there's times where a movie will lose a fan base before the movie is released, and then you could be screwed in the
yeah.
box office.
Yeah.
Because what you want is people going to see it and then word of mouthing your movie, and hopefully it's good. But at the very least, you get that initial push. But there's times they lose potential audience before the movie comes out, and I think Aladdin was one of those where people were bad mouthing the movie, how it looked, how it felt from the trailers.
Yeah.
And that was just a big fail on so many levels.
Yeah, and that movie just wasn't good.
Yeah.
Aladdin really was
Actually,
terrible.
that's another one. Didn't see it just because
Yeah.
of that.
No, it
Because I
was-
knew.
oh,
Yeah, just everyone was like, "Don't bother."
yeah, not good.
Okay, now we're doing a look into another Best Picture nominee, All Quiet on the Western Front.
By the way, big shout out to everyone who is watching live. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, if you have not done so yet, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't done so yet. We greatly appreciate it. Doesn't really cost you anything for that.
Did you read All Quiet on the Western Front in high school?
That was not part of my reading
A
curriculum.
lot of
Yeah.
folks required reading, including myself.
Okay.
I finally read it a couple years ago. Don't tell Don't tell my 10th grade English teacher. I didn't read it at the time. I did the Cliff Notes. Boom. Bingo. Jonathan Majors, Michael B. Jordan presenting an Oscar. I got Jonathan Majors presenting.
Jonathan Majors looking like his
Melissa
character
McCarthy
from
presenting.
that Netflix movie he did, Western movie.
The Harder They Fall.
Yeah, he's looking just like
Okay.
right off set. Oh, cinematography, huh?
Do I even need to mark my ballot? Because I just keep getting them right.
Quick question
I think it's
from
just-
the chat, real quick. Who did you guys predict for Best Picture?
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah,
Baby.
we were
that
both
was,
in agreement on that one. Yeah.
So far, that's felt like one of the easier categories. There's a lot
Yeah.
of toughies. But that one is such a far and away favorite. The likes we haven't seen, at least in the last 10 years. I was listening to a whole deep dive on Oscars odds. This has been the biggest favorite by a long shot compared to any other favorite going into Oscars night.
Yeah. And I was right there in agreement with him too. I mean, for me, that was like a no questions asked, hands down favorite. I knew that was going to be my choice and our prediction.
Yep.
You know. What about you? Let us know what you all think.
I'm curious if you think someone else other than Everything will win. I'm also curious if anyone has this was my personal favorite.
Right.
I talked to a couple friends recently who were like, Everything Everywhere didn't do it for me. And it especially happens when there's a big favorite. More
That's
people
been
see a
happening
movie,
lately, yeah.
And then there's people whose secret Oscar ballots come out and they aren't voting for it, and you're trying to hear why.
Yeah.
It didn't work for as many people as it seemed early on, because early on it was people going to the movies to see that movie,
Yeah.
and then getting recommended, oh, this is a movie for you, you should
Yeah.
go see this. Then now it seems like about everyone on the planet's seen it, and it isn't. Like, there's not going to be a movie that pleases everyone.
Yeah.
Best cinematography, All Quiet on the Western Front, which I think I put.
This is cinematography.
Cinematography
That's
goes
what I
All
had.
Quiet.
Yep.
We both.
We both
Okay.
did it. Yeah.
So hoping
All
to
right.
extend my lead. And All Quiet, that's going on my bingo card. I am one away.
Unfortunately, it doesn't help me
getting a
much.
bingo?
But it's at least it doesn't make me lose anything right now. So that's good.
Wait, did you got one that I... No, Irish Goodbye.
No,
yeah.
we
Sorry,
thought...
You did.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, still
Yeah.
undefeated over here. I'm getting real cocky. It might change at some point.
Watch out.
Thanks, Netflix is on
Watch
my
out for
bingo
this
card,
guy.
though. So this was another Netflix win. They got animated and international. Or no, sorry, cinematography here. International's TBD.
Oh, I'm bingo. Yeah. Best documentary short. Best short film, live action. Right?
Best documentary short?
Did they announce that yet? Oh. Well, then, no, not yet. But I'm close. Whoever comes first, then. Oh, yeah. Which one?
Best costume.
Best costume. Oh. These are always the best speeches because these are people who don't normally have a chance to be like, awarded for their achievements and all that, you know. Yeah.
Directors Guild of America,
Yep.
Screenwriters Guild, Writers Guild, Cinematographers. But because this is a German movie, that's not allowed to be
Right.
there because it is an American Union award ceremony.
Yeah.
So there's... Oh, and my mic was off, apparently. My bad. All I was
Oh,
saying...
was it?
I just turned it off momentarily while I was...
Oh.
Okay.
I thought not the whole time, right?
No.
Hey,
I
Donnie
was
Yen,
just saying
right?
that we were talking about how All Quiet, the cinematographer hadn't won... isn't in a position to win very often and be on this big stage.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that a lot of those other award shows are American Union award shows. Directors Guild America,
Yeah.
Screenwriters Guild America, Writers Guild, the Cinematographers Guild. And because it's an international movie, it's not even allowed to compete there.
Right.
Which it makes movies like that harder to predict, even though we both got it right.
Donnie Yen going to be appearing in the next John Wick 4. coming out in a couple of weeks.
This is about to be the Everything Everywhere original song. This Is a Life.
Yeah.
Mitski isn't here. I'm a big fan. She's an indie songstress, if you're unaware. But David Byrne
Love David Byrne.
and Stephanie Sue, yes, is going to be singing.
Oh, she's going to be singing herself. That's perfect. That's great.
David Byrne, who won original score for Last Emperor, off memory, back in like the late 80s, early
way
90s.
back then, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time for
Yeah.
him. 30-ish years.
Is that the Everything Bagel? Yeah, that's the Everything Bagel. Oh, and she's in costume too. That's awesome.
As a big fan of this movie, of David Byrne, of the original singer, I'm going to just mic off for a minute and vibe.
So good. Oh, he's got the hot dog fingers. Oh, that's perfect. Rakakuni, well represented in the background. Everyone's got the googly eyes. Wow. All right, this has got to be one of my favorite performances.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I saw David Byrne on Broadway last year. He has another one coming up soon, but he's the leader of the Talking Heads.
Mm-hmm.
Just a rock and roll and indie music legend for 30 to 40 years. Been doing the damn thing. Wait, I forgot. It's 2023. Over 40 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Since the 70s. That was cool.
That was great.
That was great.
That was
cool.
great.
That was
Yeah.
cool. That was great.
Yeah.
Wow. I got emotional for a minute. The hot dog fingers. David Byrne leaning into the weirdness.
Oh, yeah. Stephanie Sue. It's rare to actually see the actor performing the song. So, yeah.
I can't remember why Mitski couldn't be there. I don't remember if it was touring or something like that. But then when she filled in, I wasn't as disappointed as I would have been otherwise. Because sometimes you just see they'll just get like a studio musician to come in and sing it and maybe involved in the original production or maybe not at all.
Yeah. So quick follow-up here. Birmingham. I'm okay if Everything Ever All at Once winning. I'm more favoring Top Gun Maverick. A lot of people are actually.
Okay.
All Quiet on the Western Front and The Fabelmans to win, in my opinion. So, so those are your top three. Okay. Top Gun Maverick, that could be a sleeper hit. We don't know, right?
There's a world where it gets fully blanked tonight. There's a world where there are people who have it in their top few options for Best Picture.
Yeah.
Again, anything other than Everything Everywhere would be a betting upset.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are some people who wouldn't be mad. Like,
now, Top Gun would be great. I mean, that was my favorite movie of last year. So, but when it came to this, I did feel like there would be more emphasis on Everything Everywhere, especially if you looked at the most recent awards shows and everything. But I have seen a lot of pundits and people who predict the Oscars and all that. A good amount of them made that prediction that Top Gun may win. So.
And there are definitely people who it was either their favorite movie, or if you're a movie business person, it was definitely your favorite movie of the year. That and Avatar 2, making over $1 billion.
Right. But yeah, no, those are great choices. And All Quiet, I do feel that will win Best International Feature for sure, in my opinion. So
It's already got cinematography.
Yep.
Another thing I think worth mentioning, since we've gotten a few awards so far, one of the questions you're looking for is early categories that'll tell you what the later categories are going to do. So there's sometimes where there's an upset early on. You go, oh, Everything Everywhere might not have the love, or maybe it's a fluke. The fact that Jamie Lee Curtis won Supporting Actress was something we knew would be an early nomination, an early award. The fact that Jamie Lee Curtis won that makes me think Everything Everywhere has a better shot than what we thought may have been possible.
Yeah.
Not only Best Picture, but a lot of the other awards. At least its chances go up when you see something like that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who thought maybe it's just a critical darling and predictors are putting it down, but the actual voters aren't going to. At least so far, it looks like Everything Everywhere has enough love to carry it over what was a tight race for Supporting Actress.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis, I think, was either the favorite or top 2, top 3, basically, no matter where you look. And had been winning. So it's not a shock. That's where a big shock will tell you a lot more when there's a huge upset. Oh my goodness, there's a lot more love for this movie, or not as much love as we thought. But at least in that case, it's not it's not like, oh, that was a tight one and there isn't enough love for that movie.
Yeah.
To push it over.
Also, Greg Reeves with a $20 super chat. My God, thank you, buddy. Old friend of mine. Someone I actually used to work with. Yeah. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi, and for that generous donation. Really, really appreciate that. And then KC chimed in.
Oh, yeah.
I think it will, and I personally want Everything to win Best Picture.
Casey said that?
Yeah.
Casey, we're on the same page.
Yeah, for sure.
In case you didn't mention it, we're not sponsored by anybody, but I've been putting the googly eye up earlier, seeing David Byrne with the hot dog
googly
fingers.
eye, the A24 shirt. Yeah.
I have my A24 socks, but they're in the wash. I didn't want to bust those out because Renee's actually here in person on my couch. I didn't want to just be, footing over here too hard. But I definitely also mentioned earlier a constant on my gift list is A24 merch. And so last year, Mom, for a holiday, got the A24 socks and shirt.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, I wear those so often that they are currently in the laundry.
Yeah. Nice job. Women Talking is who I have down for adapted screenplay.
Same here.
Yeah.
Where they're doing the Best Picture look ahead at Women Talking.
Yeah.
That's another one of those we were mentioning once earlier that may not have been there. Some folks were surprised that one made the top 10.
I was shocked.
And also, especially you're looking this year, a lot of big box office movies got a lot of love, and female nominees are not represented in director at all.
Yeah.
And there are very few other places where they are. This being one of the only women helmed, and it is a female-specific story in the best picture nominees. Yeah. We didn't see the likes of She Said, Woman King, or a couple other movies that may have been able to do that.
Yeah.
Makeup and hair.
Makeup and hairstyling.
Who you got?
I think for this, I have The Whale.
I have Elvis. Okay. This might be where you get another one up on me.
Let's see.
I'm now really thinking I should put The Whale. Is it too late? Can I change it?
No, you can't.
Okay,
no.
But they haven't announced it yet. Are you sure?
You're locked in.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
It's probably better.
In your 5 other ballots that you filled out, you could totally fill it out. Again, thank you to Greg for the $20. That's going to pay for our pizza.
Hell yeah.
So
yep.
Good looks on that.
We'll do cheers. Big bite of pizza.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's in your wallet?
An Oscar nomination. When our first episode ever was the Batman?
It was. It was. Our very
movie.
First, yeah.
And that was one of those we said afterward, this should get a makeup and hair nomination. I also thought Colin Farrell should have been nominated. Guess what? He was. but for
But not
Banshees
for
of
yeah.
Inisherin.
But again, that could have been like a recognition for everything he did last year because he was in I think 4 movies last
Similar to
year.
Hong Chau, we were saying,
Yeah.
who had a couple big ones.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is another one of those. I'm upset right now, so I'm just gonna talk.
Yeah, go for
so
it.
I don't get worked up about you beating me in that one. It's my first loss of the evening. I had put Elvis, which was a likely winner, but it and The Whale were both top 2 options. But one interesting thing, this is another that might be a predictor of how much love the movie has.
Sure, yeah.
Austin Butler now has a less. If you look at it this way,
It's
Brendan Fraser is
shrinking.
more likely to win
It's shrinking now,
over
yeah.
Austin Butler because The Whale, same movies, just
Yeah.
beat out Elvis, and those were the 2 most likely
Yeah.
in both categories. So later on in Best Actor, don't be surprised if Brendan Fraser, who we both picked, wins over Austin Butler, even though a lot of people have Austin Butler on their ballot.
Well, there was a standing ovation, wasn't there, for Kihi Kwan?
Was there?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
If not,
I will
if
fight you on it. I wouldn't
yeah.
be surprised.
Yeah, I believe there was. Yeah. Oh, they did Best Supporting Actress already, didn't they? Oh, someone just played off.
Not very long either. That was a quick
It
playoff.
it has to go through the middle, doesn't it, for bingo to win? It has to go cut through the middle, right?
There is no option where it doesn't. How would it? How would you get a bingo without cutting through the middle?
Well, I mean,
a top 2 down. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to.
That doesn't count. But
No, it does. It doesn't have to go through the middle. 5
oh,
in
it
a row.
does. Oh,
At least that's how I always
I
play.
thought it always had to go through the
Okay,
middle.
we'll play that way. That's fine.
Bingo. At this point, we're just doing this for fun because I feel
Our
like
bet is based on.
it's based on the actual
ballots.
ballot. Yeah.
Okay.
Morgan
-1.
Freeman with the shaved head. Margot Robbie looking amazing.
Casey, if you could elaborate on what you're saying here. I live in Japan and everything just opened at theaters this March 3rd. Wow. Unlike in the US and English-speaking countries, its reception here is really decided. What do you mean by decided? I'm curious. That's interesting, though. I didn't realize that it wasn't. I'm not surprised it wasn't a wide release. We saw it when it was only in select cities. I think New York and LA early on.
But very
when we did our
early on,
episode.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I'm curious what that means, though, about it being decided. Maybe just like that the fate is known, but let us know.
Oh, Casey clarified divided.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I believe that.
Okay.
I believe that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hello. I'm a huge fan of Japan, actually. Blake knows I've been to Japan more than 10 times. Huge fan of Japan. I know the culture. Have a lot of friends who live out there. Let us know. Shout out where in Japan you live. But knowing the culture out there, I'm not surprised that they didn't think everything everywhere was the way we're reacting to it.
Okay.
Not surprised.
It is.
Yeah.
It is an American story in a
Yeah.
certain way when it's about American dream and
Yeah.
it's about first generation immigrant family to America, and that. So I could see it playing differently here than elsewhere, and for different communities differently. That said, there are folks who have that experience, and the movie spoke to them, and there are folks who didn't, such as myself, and the movie spoke to me for sure. I'm curious, Casey, if you have any other context. I've been such a big fan of the movie. I'm curious to hear more, and also I'm curious if you were a fan of and or aware of the movie before March when it came out there.
Yeah. And it's actually morning for you over there in Japan. So ohayo gozaimasu. So it's interesting. So not only did we get a Disney promotion, but we're getting a Warner Brothers celebration of 100 years in the movie industry. So
It wasn't a trailer, or were some of those upcoming movies?
it's a mix. It's a mix of
There
old
was some
and
upcoming
upcoming.
stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but
like
not
the
technically
Flash.
a trailer.
Yeah.
Interesting. But the Flash has been in other movies. That was
But that
upcoming
was
Flash stuff.
I've seen that in the Flash trailer, the new
Okay.
Flash trailer. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. So maybe this is a different deal where they're letting
I
folks.
I think it's because they're really trying so hard to promote the industry right now.
You have to. And at some
Yeah.
point, the Oscars have to say, we'll take whatever money we can
Yeah.
get. And if someone doesn't believe us, we'll introduce you again to what's the name of the insurance company that does all the award stuff?
Ernst and Young or whatever. Yeah.
One of those. And they're like, if we don't care if it looks bad
Right,
to have
right,
movies
right.
giving us money, then maybe they get an award a
Right.
year later. We'd rather take that money because
Yeah.
we might not even be on TV in a year.
Yeah. Funny that you mentioned about not taking the money and what they can get. This year, they actually lowered the cost of advertising for the
Not surprised.
Oscars.
I mean,
because again, I think they just really need
Yeah.
they need the attention.
The audience has
and
been
the audience, yeah.
dwindling so
Yeah.
long. It's one of the last big non-football viewing nights, and still the numbers, of course, fall off over time.
Yeah, it's between this and like the Grammys,
Yep.
like that. You know.
If you get other things, like maybe over time, the streaming numbers, because I'm sure there are folks who are getting a feed of the Oscars not through ABC.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I am one of them or that any of my friends are the kind of people who would ever bootleg a live TV program. But it's possible there are a lot of eyeballs and they're just not getting the ad dollars.
Yeah.
But regardless, we know for a fact the ad dollars aren't at all what they would have been
No.
5 years ago, 10 years ago.
No, they can't.
Worse over
They can't
time.
afford it. They can't afford it to be the same because again, they'll just be missing out on a lot. You know, they need as much as they can get right now, and it's really more about exposure too. You know, I think again the promotion of the industry.
Yep.
They need that more now this year.
Of course.
You know, so
Maybe keep that momentum going and we can get closer to pre-pandemic
Yeah.
audience numbers.
yeah.
Speaking of needing all you can get, I'm going to get some cookies real quick.
Oh, go for it. No, I'm good for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. For all of you watching, feel free, grab a snack too. You know, that's what we do, right? Oh my God, the donkey. Is this the same donkey from the movie? From the movie, from the movie you saw today? Is this eel or is this from Banshees? Okay. Aw. Oh, that's good. You know, they always say the worst thing to do is acting with children and acting with animals. And right now, this animal is well behaved. Yeah. Right. No, but anything could have gone wrong. We got costume design coming up. Oh, quick follow-up from KC. I live in central Tokyo. The dog kicking and ANA plug and did stuff made it difficult for the Japanese, I think. Oh, the dildo. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It's not a dildo.
I mean, kind of is. And then it also follows up by saying, I knew about the film and I had access to watch it ahead of Japanese release. But I did go watch it in the theaters too. So Casey was indeed a fan. So the
Not a dildo. It was an award for what, Employee of the Year, Employee of the Month, and then they just happened to jump on it in such a way.
I mean,
and yeah, it was also it was a whole thing.
It's very suggestive.
It's one of those where some folks were wondering about everything's chances at the Oscars and older voters and people who didn't get it or think that was funny.
Yeah.
And were turned off by that moment in particular. Personally, I was someone who thought it was funny and my audience reacted so
same,
well because
same.
it was so absurd and bizarre.
Yeah.
But it's probably not for everyone. I can definitely see that.
No, and we saw that from comments from the anonymous voters. They were saying the same thing, where it was just so nuts and wild, and stuff that's like out of left field, like that particular scene, that it turned them off immediately. So not surprised. But again, I know Japanese sensibilities too. One thing I also love is watching Japanese movies, and you really don't see that stuff in Japanese movies unless it's like an adaptation of a weird manga or something of the sort. So
This is costume.
yeah.
Who'd you put?
I
Oh
did. I put
wow!
Black Panther.
Damn, you got one on me again.
Uh-huh.
I was too cynical and thought Ruth Carter wouldn't get it.
Yep.
This is Ruth Carter won last time for Black Panther. This is huge.
Yeah.
So again, Elvis not winning one where it was either a favorite or a top two likely winner.
That's
I think
true.
almost all of mine are first or second most likely, with maybe a rare exception here and there. I put down Elvis. This is not a good night for Elvis so far, and it makes it more likely that Austin Butler isn't going to be shown love the same way that Elvis hasn't been shown love in the other ones, even though he was the first or second most likely for Best Actor.
Yeah, his chances really shrunk more so now. But yeah, I was very strong in my feeling that Black Panther was going to win this category because of her previous win with the original Black Panther, and I did feel like she heightened up her style and her representation.
It was a different challenge.
Yeah.
Which sometimes if it's a sequel and they're doing the same thing, it's less likely.
Yeah.
I'm also cynical about the Oscars, about representation, and about also their anti-Marvel movie bias.
Sure.
Which I think the other one that was up, that it was a likely one or a top couple was Angela Bassett, who didn't get it.
Right.
But that was an acting performance. This is the kind of category that they are. That would have been the first acting performance to Marvel movie to ever win an acting performance.
Right.
And I think it was the first nominee ever for any Marvel movie. It's not unlikely for them to win in categories like this, or it's more likely at least.
This is what I like to refer to as like the technical categories, like the categories that a blockbuster movie would more likely win. And those are usually visual effects, sound, costume, makeup. Those are the categories that they usually fare better in. That's why it would have been fantastic if Angela Bassett did win.
Yeah.
And talking about emotional speeches, I guarantee you that would have been a big one.
Here we go. You know what this is?
Is she from RRR?
This is a
This is
huge Bollywood actress.
Oh,
and then
okay.
Is now introducing.
I thought she was in the movie.
We're about to get the Nachi performance.
This is going to be the performance of the evening, we think.
It's definitely one of the most talked about, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We're curious how the Oscars handle it. They have not had the best track record
No.
in showcasing other cultures, doing it in a legit way, in a way that feels authentic.
Yeah.
There's some concerns here. Nonetheless, this has been one of the most hyped and is the likely winner for original song.
Yeah.
For anyone wondering, Jai Ho was also on the stage, but that was a British and Hollywood movie.
Okay.
Which is part of the distinction here.
Oh, here we go. They're the actors.
Nope.
Right? No?
They're similarly styled.
Oh, they look the same. See, notice
They're
the
similarly
hair.
styled, you could say.
Yeah, the hair and that's what I meant. They the outfits and the hair, the makeup, they look very similar. Oh boy, here he is. we'll comment on what I'm laughing at a little later. But yeah.
Really excited to see how Twitter handles
Oh, there's going to
this
be a lot of
performance.
comments. There are going to be a lot of comments already. I'm not surprised if there is. Oh, but this is so much fun though. Nice. That was a lot of fun. A lot of energy. Yeah. Oh, standing ovation.
Standing ovation.
Standing ovation.
Mark that off your bingo card.
Yeah.
Folks love this song.
Yeah.
It's a likely winner for original song, not guaranteed, but definitely is the favorite. I don't even know how to handle it because it was such an amazing cinematic moment.
Yeah.
It's one of the few songs that is authentically occurring in the movie and not just kind of thrown in after the fact in the credits. It was it makes your heart race.
Yeah.
It makes you want to dance along. And there are screenings that have happened where there was an outbreak of dancing in the audience.
Yep.
I think that was whack and corny. At least it didn't capture the original energy of the original performance. There was also, I was talking to Renee beforehand.
Yeah, explain why I was laughing because
essentially the concern is how do the Oscars handle representation, other cultures, and how often is it that we see something on American network television that is authentically representing and not watering down something else that was amazing, beautiful, and especially with the song Natu Natu in RRR is a moment, it's a statement against colonialism where you have these racist colonialist jerks who are saying your type of dance, you aren't cultured, we are, and your dancing isn't good or cool. And they're being absolute pricks. And so the two main characters who have been kicking ass in an action movie then show in a song about their culture are shown doing amazing dance moves. The white colonizers are trying to keep up and can't. And it was an amazing. I'm trying to think of there are a lot of dance movies out there. There's also like Zoolander has a breakdance battle scene. This was a very cool moment in the movie, in my opinion. I know that when it happened in theaters, folks broke out in applause.
it was fantastic. Yeah.
An amazing moment. And it was a statement, which one of the biggest themes of the movie is anti-colonialism,
Right.
anti-repression, anti-racism. And so the concern is you're giving the Oscars a moment, just a softball, underhanded, hit this one out of the park. You've got an amazing song, and all you have to do is not fuck this up, and it'll be a really great moment at the Oscars. How do you feel as far as that performance, if it captured the original authentic energy of the movie RRR?
Unfortunately, it was very LA.
Very,
and it was very Hollywood.
very network TV, very like so you think you can dance or like something kind of corny.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It was fun to see. It had a lot of energy.
The song is amazing.
The song is great.
The singer and the writer are actually represented.
Yeah.
They're up for an award.
Yeah.
And there are performers from the movie that are performing the song.
Yeah.
That said, the backup dancers was a concern, and I was talking about this.
Yeah.
Something that I was seeing on social media beforehand was that they were getting dancers who are not of South Indian descent, who aren't trained in that style of dancing, and it was instead more of just an LA dance company that we're going to try to tackle it. And I don't know enough about dance to be able to say how well did they do the moves. It, to me at least, didn't feel like it carried the same energy. And we can say, I feel like pretty confidently, that it didn't carry the same cultural legitimacy and authenticity and the power of that original scene in the movie.
And like you said, like it's a big stage. It's a global stage. People from all over the world, when they found out that our this song from our Natu was being performed, they all of a sudden said, "I need to watch this
They're gonna
performance."
tune in.
Yeah, they're going
And
to
it's the
tune
only
in.
nomination that movie has. And there's people saying it could have been in Best Director,
Yeah.
Best Picture. It wasn't qualified for international. We've talked about that a lot because
Yeah.
India didn't put it forth. And there's different countries have different reasons for why they choose what they choose. But there are other places it definitely could have been. And this was the only nomination it had. And that's the part where you get to showcase the original song.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was going to be an amazing moment at the Oscars. At the very least, it's pretty safe to say that it didn't do the original song justice, which the Oscars often don't, but this one feels a little more egregious when it's, at least there seems like, I was listening to the social media accounts of dancers from the South Indian community or South Indian American community, and they were very upset and bothered by those hiring decisions because a lot of folks, you see it in Hollywood all the time, they hire who they know, they hire someone who's already been on a big stage, etc., and then you just don't get opportunities for the people who, in this case, deserve them, have put in the work, and instead you get that felt like something, and maybe folks from other countries are energized by seeing America do their version of it. Personally, I didn't feel energized by that performance, and I'm not sure who would be saying that.
No, it was made for TV, and it was very apparent. So what I'll say is that was a taste of what the original performance was like. If you haven't seen it, YouTube it or watch the movie. Just go to the movie and watch it because it is
one of our big faves from last year.
Yeah, it will blow your mind when you see it if you haven't seen it already.
Also, Casey added to the chat about saying RRR was praised in Japan.
Oh, very nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Anytime that movie got love and once word of mouth was picking up and folks were seeing it, that was beautiful to see.
Also, Casey followed up on the whole Everything Everywhere. Japan has strange films too, but I think the majority who went to see Everything didn't expect the animal cruelty and sexual toy gags. So, again, I'm not surprised by that. Casey also chimes in, previous film, Bahubali, by the same director of RRR, was also very popular in Japan. Yeah, the Japanese audience, they are huge fans of the films out of India. Actually, they're huge fans of adaptations of American films done in other countries. You know, like I've noticed like those adaptations are always so popular in Japan. Because my friends will say, "Oh, have you seen this movie?" And I'm like, "No, what movie is that?" And then I'll later find out, oh, it's a French adaptation of an American movie.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it never comes out here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's one of the unique things that I love about Japan and the audience out there, because they are serious about their movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was just a promotion for the Academy Museum, right?
The Academy Museum. Yeah. If I go to LA, I'm gonna go check that out.
I missed it the last time I was there.
They're doing a Casablanca thing right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Salma Hayek and Antonio Banderas take the stage to present. International feature film.
So we have Puss in Boots. And
I regret to inform you I just got my bingo.
I got mine before yours.
Yeah, but I got one.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Argentina. Selma looks fantastic. Both of them.
Antonio Banderas.
Especially like at their age right now. I want to look like that.
Renee, look at yourself. You look great. You're both Antonio Banderas is doing the Dwayne the Rock Johnson, the gray beard thing. We're doing the nominations for international film.
There's a movie you saw today. I mean, yesterday. Yeah.
EO, tough watch, personally. Quiet Girl, saw that one yesterday. Argentina 1985 is on Netflix. Love that one. close, loved, but the favorite's All Quiet and All Quiet on the Western
There
Front.
it is.
There it is.
All right.
So currently, I'm only 1 point ahead of you, I think, because
Is that
I got.
true?
Well, what's the only one I beat you on so far was I put Jamie Lee Curtis. You put Angela Bassett. Is that right?
Yeah,
Or
and
did
the
we both put
documentary.
JLC? Documentary?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You won
Then no,
document.
sorry,
Yeah,
dude, I'm
that's
kicking
why
your
I was
ass.
like,
Yeah,
that's
rough.
not possible.
I'm up by 3 then. I thought you put Navalny. What'd you put?
Fire of
Fire
Love.
Love. That's right. So sorry, man.
No, it's okay.
Oh, that's rough. Okay. So then that's 5 on you. You're 2 on me. So I'm still up by 3.
Oh, there's Daniel Bruhl. Oh, that's nice. Oh, and the lead actor. They're both there. That's awesome. That's 2 now for All Quiet. Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks, Netflix. That's on my bingo card. We're done with the bingo, right?
Hey,
We
but
filled
at
them
this
out. We
point,
got the
yeah.
bingos.
I mean, these bingo cards were the easiest bingo cards ever.
Not bad. You can't make it too specific, though.
No, you can't. You can't. But to have so many filled out this early in the evening. Oh, his first film.
All Quiet's another one where folks were worried maybe it'll be an upset in the Best Picture category, especially before Everything Everywhere started running away with everything. But because it had such a big late surge, it is technically possible for it to be an upset in that category.
Yeah.
And others, it was hard to gauge how successful of a movie it will be tonight. And then also because it wasn't in, like we were saying earlier, the DGAs, PGAs, SGA
Right.
award shows, etc. It's hard to gauge. So far, it hasn't done any big shocking upsets, but it has won the ones that it was a favorite for or a top 2 favorite
Yeah.
for. So far, they're at least holding it down right now.
Would you say like so far the winners it has been by the book?
It's been the top 1 or 2 choices based on the betting markets
Right.
that I was looking into, and then you can also do. To me, that's my favorite place to look because
Yeah.
folks are actually putting money on it there. There's a million prognosticators and predictors, so it's hard to gauge exactly. There isn't an aggregator for, okay, here's every possible, here's what the Variety folks are thinking, and here's what the Deadline folks are thinking,
Yeah.
and the New York Times film reporters, etc. You can drown yourself in the amount of content and
Right.
sort of prognostication because there's a lot of money in it. So I usually look at the betting markets and then also previous winners,
Sure.
which are reflected there as well. And so far, there haven't been any shocking upsets. There's been ones where the favorite didn't win, but it was the second favorite, at least to my mind, in every category so
Yeah.
far. And I'm going to step away real quick.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay.
So real quick, what I will do, make sure that I'm addressing the chat. Greg, if you're still watching, I did address you. Greg sent me a text message saying to address your super chats, and I did. I hope you heard it, but I made sure to do that. And Casey, do you both work in the movie industry? No, but if you're hiring, I'm available. No, Blake and I, we are just really huge movie lovers, cinephiles to a certain extent. Blake is definitely more of a cinephile than I am. But the one thing that got us together as friends and why we started doing what we do here on YouTube and on podcast format is because we always had a thing about movies, and we always talked about movies. We worked together at one point. And the best way for us to get through our day, usually when we had breaks, was talk about movies. And that's just how we got together. And the kind of conversations that Blake and I would have at work or when we're hanging out after work um, is basically the same kind of conversations we're having like right now, or what we usually have on the channel and our podcast. So it just became a no-brainer. And like, why don't we do that? Why don't we share our conversations with all of you? Because we want to have conversations like that with a lot of you out there. It's some of the best things that we have a chance to do when we started doing what we do now. So, we're both very thrilled and happy that you guys are joining us with this watching. And if you've already have been following us on YouTube, again, we're extremely grateful and happy. And we do this because we love it. We love the subject, and we love the passion. So we definitely love sharing all those things with all of you out there. The Fablemans, that is the next featured Best Picture nominee that they're doing right now. For those of you watching, chime in. Let us know if, for you personally, if there has been any surprises so far, or has everything been kind of what was expected? Definitely let us know how you're feeling with all the winners so far. And what has been your favorite moment so far in the show? Pedro.
My personal favorite so far was the Ki Hui Kwan speech.
Oh
That
yeah.
was
Oh yeah.
a top highlight.
That was great. That was yeah.
We have
Got
a couple more good musical performances to go, including Lady Gaga and Rihanna, that I'm excited about, and I know a lot of people are going to be tuning in, especially for those.
Yeah.
But so far, I think the biggest emotional moment was the Ki Hui Kwan
Yeah.
speech.
Oh yeah. This was another category that I guessed at. Another funny moment in our last episode when I couldn't read this.
Hull out.
Hull out.
You
I was,
said
I was like,
Hullut?
I was like,
Hull-
Hullut?
Hullut?
I thought it was like some real like
Hulot.
foreign. Yeah.
It was Hull out. Yeah. It was about a Hull out. What did you put? Because they were showing
Stranger at the
Malala
Gate.
earlier on
Stranger at the
the
Gate.
red carpet,
Yeah.
which is always fun to see a humanitarian out there. Wow. Okay, got that one.
Okay.
1 point for Blakey. A lot of people had Stranger at the Gate. That's, again, not a bad pick. Normally, your picks are atrocious, especially in these categories. You just go off of... there was one time you're like, I didn't fill it out. Sorry, it's last minute. I'm just going to... I'm just watching you. I'm just like, what is the method here? You're just going, that one, it's about birds, maybe. People like birds, I guess. There's a lot of birds. A lot of subliminal messaging. People see birds on their way to the Oscars when they're voting. Maybe that's it. In this case, the Elephant movie won. Elephant Whispers. This was a beautiful movie.
That's the one thing I love about doing these things with you is because, Blake is so technical and, he looks at the odds and the numbers and he analyzes and listens to all the podcasts and all that. And
Where's the diss?
I don't.
Okay. This is and yet you still somehow do just as well as me often because none of that matters. Well, it does matter. This movie was beautiful. These are the documentary shorts and documentaries where you'll get some very, sometimes heavy subject matter
Yeah.
and beautiful human stories. This one was about a couple who take care of elephants and rehabilitate them. I was worried it'd be very hard to watch, tragic, sad.
Mm-hmm.
It was lovely, beautiful, heartwarming. And sometimes after you've watched 4 gut-wrenching short films,
He got played off. That's the second playoff.
you might see folks voting for that. So far, if there's 2 people speaking, they're not often letting the second person speak much, if at all. In that case, they played the second person off.
Yeah.
And in both cases, it was we'll call it a below-the-line category.
The smaller category.
Okay,
yeah.
you can say small. I said below the line.
You know.
It's a nice way to say
Yeah.
less significant. The one that apparently the conductor doesn't care about that category.
The category that they cut in last year's show.
Okay, I think we went different ones here too. This is animated short film. What did you put down here?
What did I
We're about to get to
put?
watch one of them say.
Well,
"My
we get to
year
we'll
of
get to hear the
dicks."
narrator say it.
Seeing Riz Ahmed say it was a highlight of the nominations.
That's the one I put. The boy, the thing. Yeah.
We both put the same
Yeah.
one in. A lot of these are online. Fully recommend it. Okay, Pedro Pascal said it.
Nice.
He giggles a lot. I'm proud of him for not giggling at that moment. I've seen some interviews with him. He's a silly, goofy guy.
He's a silly guy, yeah. But I like he did it in kind of like his Mandalorian type of tony voice, which is great.
He's an actor.
Oh, there it
Okay,
is.
the
All
favorite
right.
one.
Look at that. I never
This is
watched
another one of
it.
those you can definitely get it's easy to get an upset in this category.
Yeah.
It's so hard to predict the shorts, who's actually watching them, if it's assumed that people are voting and not actually watching all of them. Some folks go off of title. In this case, it had a lot of celebrity endorsement behind it, including Idris Elba as a star, J.J. Abrams as a producer.
Yeah.
I think it was, and it was a favorite. And I believe this one won at it's called the Annies, the animated movie.
Yeah.
I think it was the winner there.
Yeah.
But either way, it won some previous awards that it needed to be considered a front runner.
Oh, speaking of Idris, there he was.
Who?
Idris Elba.
Ah.
Yeah, he was right there in the audience.
It's a good person to have on TV.
Oh, yeah. You better hurry up. Talk now. I'm actually surprised you're letting this go this long.
This is a long time. I'm
Right.
almost wondering if they were like, yo, you've been cutting people off too early, and now they're overcorrecting.
They're like overcompensating for all that.
It's also not a great look that you didn't let the second woman speak
Right.
for Elephant Whispers, and now this dude with a terrible story.
Yeah.
After a boring ass short film. I'm going to go and be a jerk real quick. I saw all 5 ones. This was the most boring one. It was more geared towards kids. It was optimistic. It's exactly what you would want if you want to tell a kid to like believe in themselves or follow their dreams or whatever the meaning of the movie was. But it was so sappy, sentimental, corny in my opinion. And the other ones were more adult themed, and so maybe that's why this one stands out.
Do you think it won because of the star talent attached to it? And
That's a big reason, and it stands out for that reason also because the other ones might be splitting votes. Also, Lady Gaga's speechifying about how personal her Top Gun song is.
she's still in her character, right? For the Joker. Is that what's happening right
Joker,
now?
I was thinking that was her her Star is Born character, just wearing a T-shirt going out there on a big stage.
This is a very like raw performance.
It's not a bad move for her, honestly.
Right.
After she's had so many versions of herself on stage.
And plus, this was a last-minute addition too, so I'm sure.
You think she just threw on an outfit
No,
and
she's
ran
probably
out
like,
the door?
you know what? Let's do this my way, and
Okay.
let's just keep it simple.
You're lucky that I'm even there.
Right.
She's doing a stripped-down version. And it's talked about how personal the song is for her.
Right.
About how we all need heroes sometimes.
Yeah, heroes and all that. Yeah.
You're a fan of the movie. Are you a fan of the song?
No.
Okay.
No, the song was like the last thing I was a fan of because it just showed up at the end.
The original movie had some iconic music moments.
Hands down.
This one ripped off a moment of like that, maybe a couple.
It tried to.
This was the weakest.
It sucked.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
on the same page. Now I love Lady Gaga.
Oh, I do too.
Listen, if you're a Gaga fan, do not come after
No,
us.
no.
I am right
No.
there with you. I'm a
She
little
is
monster.
Uber talented.
Yep.
Love her performances. Her best performance was actually at a previous awards show when she was doing the tribute to was it Judy Garland?
No idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
She was singing like "The Hills Are Alive" and
Julie Andrews.
Julie Andrews. Sorry. And that was the first time I think everyone realized how good of a singer she was. Huge fan of hers. But this song was not a favorite of mine last year when it comes to original songs and movies.
We're doing like a no makeup look.
Yeah,
freckles and all.
Yeah,
This is
she's raw,
interesting.
full
I
on
kinda
raw.
love this for her.
Yeah,
Just out there living her truth and talking about believing in yourself, being your own hero. This is a nice way to do that song. It's acting like there's an actual message behind this movie, this song that was thrown into the movie. Maybe there is. Maybe this was a very personal song for her. Hold my hand.
I think this is the performance though.
This is
Because-
the way to do it for sure.
Because she showed up at the Oscars all dolled up, fancy gown and everything like that, and she's like, you know what? All right, this is my performance. Let me just take all this off.
I remember she was wearing a gown earlier, and
Oh,
you're saying
she
she
was.
switched down into this MTV Unplugged outfit.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, she had full on makeup too and everything. So
I honestly don't remember. Okay. Maybe she spilled something on herself. It's happened to me at work before. You have to run home really quick and then change outfits, and then you come back looking kind of disheveled. I'm not saying that this is bad. This is great. I actually, genuinely, as a music fan, this is the way to do this song. And this is a cool performance with live instrumentation and a rock band behind her in what felt like a very forced song in the movie.
not. I don't
It was
know if
literally added to the
not
credits after
forced.
production.
They needed for sure a place to put it because one, I think they already knew that they had a great movie on their hands, but they were trying to go the full route. And it's like, we need a great song. And they asked Gaga to do it. Oh, Memory of Tony Scott. You got to love that. That's really nice. It's just unfortunate that the placement of the song in the movie and the lack of
You wish Tom Cruise had been singing it while he was flying the plane, like you know when you do when the radio's not working and you're killing time on a road trip and just kind of humming something, and then you start singing a song. You wish it had been like a Dumb and Dumber, Makia Inya moment.
this should have been like in the original movie, you know, Take Your Breath Away and all that stuff, like in
Hell yeah.
important moments.
Danger Zone?
in
Take My
the,
Breath
in
Away.
the movie.
Great Balls of Fire.
Yeah, the ending was not an important moment. It was like a nice capper to everything else we saw
It
prior.
was fun.
Yeah, he's flying a plane with Jennifer Connelly. That's sweet and everything, but I don't know. Not a very impactful moment.
So far, that was my favorite musical performance. I'm not trying to shit on Natu, the actual song and the singers and the writers, but to me, the performance was underwhelming compared to the moment in the movie. That to me was actually better than the moment in the movie.
Better
You're playing
than-
the expectations game.
better
than
than-
the Top Gun moment for the Lady Gaga song.
Yeah, I know, but better than Everything Everywhere.
No, I forgot about that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I
'Cause
thought
the
so.
first one, I was thinking Diane Warren earlier on. Okay. Everything Everywhere crushed it. The actual singing to me wasn't where it was at for Everything Everywhere. That there was a couple moments it felt like they weren't on the same page in their harmony.
Yeah.
Or weren't trying to be maybe. But it felt authentic in that way. And you've got big names up there. People who've been very busy during award season, and David Byrne doing his damn thing.
Right.
Who it was a surprise he was even showing up because this dude doesn't need the recognition or the validation at this point in his
No.
life. He doesn't seem to be too interested in these things, but apparently love of the music. He said he'd show up, support.
Yeah. And he just
The performance, the that one was stripped down. Everything Everywhere was the opposite. They had big visuals,
Yeah.
dancers doing simulating kind of some of the fight choreography from the movie, and then the costuming similar to the movie, etc. That was more of a spectacle moment. Whereas the Lady Gaga one was the exact opposite in every way. Very much just like, it felt like an MTV Unplugged set.
Yeah, no, performance-wise, it was a really, really great performance, and I'm sure we're gonna get a similar awesome performance from Rihanna. That's kind of why you book them to do these shows, because you're looking for those great performance moments, right? So great for the Academy to be able to get her to show up today.
Yeah.
And kudos for Lady Gaga for just doing what she just does, and that's just perform, right? So she just went up there, very little time to prepare for everything, and she just did it her way,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yeah.
You know,
Can't
so
hate on that at all.
yeah. Going to the chat just real quick. Birmingham, so far so good with the winners here. Good to hear. Greg. My buddy Greg, haha, my bad, dude. I missed it. Just messing around. I figured as much. Don't worry. It's all good. We all mess around here. KC, I enjoyed Top Gun, but I didn't care for it as much as most people seem to love it. And you're not the only one. That was a debate Blake and I had about Top Gun, where I was praising Top Gun left and right.
What was your favorite movie of the
It was
year?
my
You're on the record.
number one movie for last year. But I'm not the only. You who feel the same way aren't the only ones who aren't as praising it as hard as I am. But there's also a lot of people who are praising it as hard as I am. So
It was fine. It was a huge box office success. It was a good lowest common denominator film. If you're going to have a movie be super successful, it wasn't the worst version of that by any means.
Sure.
I think it was definitely better than the original.
yeah,
And also, if you recall, going into it, I was definitely skeptical that it would be good at all.
100%. Yeah.
Very skeptical
Yeah.
and saying because they'd put the release off multiple times. There was
Yep.
some concern around that. Sometimes that means that the movie that they're worried it won't be as successful, but it was more apparently about the box office
Yep.
of it all and waiting until folks were going back to the movies. And
Which
it
is,
turns
again,
out it
very
was
smart.
definitely better than I expected.
Yeah,
I'm
very
not
smart
trying to
on
take
their
away.
part.
It was a successful movie.
Yeah.
For sure. I didn't find it to be very interesting or groundbreaking, except the visual effects and the songwriting for Lady Gaga.
Well,
was groundbreaking.
we
stuff.
don't need to talk about that because again, least favorite moment. But yeah, I just love that movie. That for me, perfect movie for me. I think that's also why it was just that perfect blockbuster, summer blockbuster film that we haven't gotten in a while. That's not Marvel related, Star Wars related, or big IP related. So yeah, it was great. By the way, if you remember when they announced this movie for Best Picture, I screamed because I was like, "What?" Not expecting that to
Triangle
happen.
of Sadness?
Yeah, Triangle of Sadness.
I wasn't shocked, but it was a little bit of a surprise, even for me, paying a lot of attention. It was one of those that was in contention, but it definitely wasn't a shoo-in for the top 10 nominees by any means.
But I was so happy because that movie was really special, I think.
That was one of those that you and
year.
I fully agreed on.
Yeah.
Wow. Four
Is that
Weddings
Andy
and a
Mc-
Funeral?
Oh my
Is
gosh,
that
you're
where
right.
they were from?
You are right.
Is that... is
Andy
that the
McDowell.
movie?
Yeah, it's Four Weddings. Yeah.
Four Weddings, okay. Andy McDowell and Hugh Grant are out there.
Yeah. This may be the first time they've been together like that since.
Hugh Grant's little comeback moment. Just saw him the other day in theaters for the new Guy Ritchie. Love seeing him now at this stage in his career. Goodness knows he's had some rock bottoms, but it's fun to see someone do this type of late career comeback.
Is this production design?
Has to be. I think this is one where I put Babylon and have since regretted it. Production design.
I believe. Yeah, I have All Quiet on this one.
This is actually a tough category where there's a few different that are possible, but Elvis, All Quiet, and Babylon are all favorites. I put Babylon, you put All Quiet. Watch It Be Elvis.
Or watch it be the one none of us picked.
There you go.
Booyah.
You got one. Okay. All Quiet has been
Hey, not bad for them.
a smart choice so far.
Yeah.
And there's another one where they were in a contested category and have pulled it out. Again, they were a favorite. It's not a terrible choice to pick the one war movie in an undercard or a below the line category. But so far, they've definitely proven themselves strong contenders in every category they've been in, where they, even the ones where they were a top 2 or top 3 choice for likely winners.
And I'll repeat this because I said this. We spoke about this before. All you have to do is watch a lot of those behind the scenes videos of the making of All Quiet, and you'll understand why this movie was truly a technical achievement. The amount of stuff they were able to accomplish for little, really, it's phenomenal. It's amazing.
You said for little, like little money?
With little resources and
especially compared to the original
World
War One,
Yeah.
was very expensive.
Yeah.
It took a lot of material and resources to make that happen in reality, and then they had
Yeah.
to recreate it with maybe a tiny fraction of the budget that World War One cost.
Totally. Well, of course, yeah. Well, it's not just that. So you see the scene they're actually showing right now on the right,
Yes.
like that. They highlighted that in the behind the scenes, and they were working with a quarter of that, and they were able to
A quarter of what?
of the people there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unlike World War One, they weren't allowed to institute a draft for this movie and force
Correct.
18-year-olds to go fight
Totally. Yeah.
in the trenches.
Yeah.
And so they had to actually use movie magic.
1000%.
Wow. Some might say
I
more impressive.
Sarcasm. Where are they coming from? A sound studio?
A fake sound studio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
Right?
But that's I think a picture of the real orchestra.
Okay.
Oh boy.
This original score then.
Wow.
John Cho and Mindy Kaling. I'm enjoying this. Maybe you think it's corny. I like this.
You like this?
I think it's funny. I also like the presenters, so that helps. Another one where I put Babylon, which so far has not been performing. It was a disappointment at the box office. That might continue tonight.
Not looking good.
What'd you put here?
For this is this is sound?
Score.
Score.
My personal favorite being All Quiet.
Oh, I put John
or
Williams.
Everything Everywhere. You put
Yeah.
John Williams for The Fabelmans.
Anytime he's nominated, I'm always gonna.
They
put
said
his
earlier
name
the
down.
oldest nominee
Yeah.
and the second most nominated person ever behind Walt Disney.
Quiet.
And All Quiet gets it. So okay.
Hey, great night for All Quiet. I have to say.
For real. For
I have
real.
to
That's
say,
another one.
Yeah.
A lot of people had Babylon because the person who did the score, Justin Hurwitz, had been winning, had won before for La La Land.
Yep.
Had been nominated in original song, and I can't recall off the top. I think they lost original song because there were multiple La La Land songs that year, but they won original score.
Right.
Babylon's definitely not having a good night. Has lost now
Yeah.
twice to All Quiet in categories where they were the favorite or second
Yeah.
favorite.
My criticism, and I said this before about the Babylon soundtrack, was that it sounded too similar to La La Land for me. And I understand that, of course, because La La Land is trying to pay tribute to that certain period of Hollywood and the whole jazz thing and everything like that. That of course there'll be similarities.
It would make sense.
But for me, it just sounded unoriginal. So it took
Some
it
folks
took me out
literally
of
thought
it.
it was the same score. Like,
Oh, I won't be
Or
surprised.
maybe they just used the B-sides.
I won't be surprised. Yeah.
That said, the Oscars don't always recognize the most groundbreaking material.
Oh, of course.
And
Yeah.
the fact that they voted for it before is sometimes a pretty good indicator to be like, oh, they'll probably just be like, oh yeah, I like things that sound like the things that I like.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not the most difficult way to predict it. But
Right.
I do agree with you. I noticed that while watching the movie. Personally, All Quiet was my choice. It felt fairly innovative, especially for a war movie. It was a minimalist,
Yeah.
very electric guitar heavy, 3 notes repeating, but that droning sound helped amplify the feelings that they were trying to portray on screen of those soldiers who are having repetitively horrific experiences that are this very intense and industrial. There's World War I's where like we go from horses to tanks, and the going electric with the score I think was an interesting choice there. And then having it just those same 3 notes repeating so often, along with just a lot of sonic tension. I thought that was cool the way that they did that. And it wasn't. Some people felt it was a little gimmicky, or they're like, "I didn't get it. Why did they do only 3 notes?" And it wasn't that impressive to me. It did what a good score needs to do, which is bring out the emotions of the characters on the screen and the story you're telling.
I remember I even told you that at first I thought it was Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross because it sounded very similar to their style. So, yeah. Oh, are these like some of the technical achievement awards, or you know how they always do things off screen, off show? Hey, Michael J. Fox. Oh, there, Diane Warren got an Oscar. There you go.
Yeah, that's the Lifetime one.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Aw.
the science ones are like Governor's Ball, like all these different versions.
Hey, Simi Leo. I'm actually gonna grab more pizza, so feel free to.
Using this moment personally
Yeah.
to re-up on the caffeine.
Good
This is
time
my
for
last
snacks.
round.
Good time for snacks.
Yeah, we're doing the side awards from the past, the science and technical awards, the governor's ball, the governor's awards, other ones. They don't get too into the weeds on who the winners are, but they just rattled off a bunch, showed montages of it. This is the kind of thing that'll definitely lose a casual fan, or for real fans, we're just gonna rush, grab a snack, and be right back. What's that QR code on the screen? Oh no, I'm about to lose the QR code. Okay, yep, it's gone. That's what I'm wondering. It just said adapted in an original screenplay and had a QR code. Maybe that would go to. It's just maybe it's just info about it, or as you suggested, maybe an NFT. Info about the award, info on the nominees. What a weird. I don't know. If it's not exclusive, interesting content, I don't know why you would do that. Because the casual fan isn't going to care about that. And a real fan already knows what it is and has the bracket in front of them.
Not only that, but in today's technology, most people are
Yep.
they going to scan a QR code?
Great point. Renee's saying that it doesn't even make sense to put the QR code on there because if you're watching from your phone, like a lot of folks do these days, how are you going to pull up the QR code?
Actually, a great question for all of you who are tuning in. How are you watching the show and us? Are you streaming off of a computer, a laptop, a phone? Curious,
if you're
curious
just
to know.
watching us, let us know that also.
Yeah.
And
Because if you're just watching us without watching the show, thank you so much. I mean, that's an honor. That makes me extremely happy if that's true.
I do know for a fact my mom is one of those people.
Oh.
And I'd like to read out one of my mom's comments that she texted to me.
Oh, text it, but not in the.
No,
okay.
just a text
Okay,
message,
okay.
like mothers do.
Yeah.
Said hilarious World War I joke, and even better that Renee didn't catch on at first. So, Mom, dunking on you, just like I love to.
It's all good.
You guys would get along.
It's a common thread.
This is how we show love. And then my mom also said Jaws repeated 2 notes a lot. Very
is
good
very
point.
true.
That's even less than 3. What we were saying before.
That's actually more of an obvious thing that we didn't think to really call out. Yeah.
It's doing that similar tension building,
Right.
the horror of that moment.
Right.
And you're kind of like, it makes it even more unsettling.
Yeah.
Because you're hoping for a John Williams violin long. Oh, I know that I'm supposed to be scared now. Instead you're going, what the hell is happening?
Very true.
What is that repetitive noise?
Yeah.
If you hear repetitive noise, it keeps you up at night.
Yeah.
Like the faucet or like car alarm outside or something like that. It is not a comforting thing often, and it's a good way to build psychic tension in your score.
Great
Next
call
time
out.
you get a 2 or 3.
Great call out. Yeah.
I
really
let her know
appreciate
that. You said that via text, but yeah, thank you. And that's a good call. Next time we hear one note in a movie, we should definitely be like, maybe it's got a shot at best score.
How about Nope? Did Nope have something similar at any time during its score? Again, someone who was paying tribute to Spielberg quite a bit in that film.
Sound was a big part of the movie. I don't recall the score having that effect.
Right.
I honestly don't. I remember it inducing tension, but there's also different moments where they're using music in the movie. When the alien comes by and all the electricity goes down and they're actually listening to a song and you're grooving and then it shuts down, you go, what the hell was that?
Yep.
And the record,
And it was like, yeah. And it's
they
like,
did a really
creates
good job
creepy,
at that.
Creepy sense to it and all that, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just following up on some of the chats coming in. Let's see. Just watching you two on a phone. So we have someone who's just watching us. So Birmhaven, thank you so much. That's actually pretty damn awesome.
Is it because you're not able to get the actual Oscars on live TV, and you're curious for the winners? Is there anything that we can do to help amplify your experience if you're only watching us? Do you want us to put on costumes?
Do you want more play-by-play?
Would you like us to sing along to the original songs as they happen?
Please,
Renee
let us
would be
know.
more than glad to oblige.
I will, for sure. And then my bud Greg watching this show on TV and your commentary on phone. So then again, someone like Greg won't be able to scan in the QR code because his phone's already
Watching
in
us.
use. Yeah.
Second screen.
Yeah.
You got to.
Yeah.
It's 2023. You got a second screen.
What's the deal
When's the
with
last
QR
time I
codes?
watched something without also having my phone up? It's so
What's
rare. Look
the
at this.
deal?
Right now we're doing it. We've got multiple screens and a camera facing us.
What's the deal
It's the future. I love it.
with multiple screens? And Austin Butler comes out, and it wasn't even announcing.
Wait, what happened?
Because she said, and this is Elvis, and it's Austin Butler presenting an award.
Is it really?
No.
Okay, that's so funny. For those who aren't aware of all of the background, Austin Butler is still doing the Elvis accent, even though that's not his original accent. And it's kind of harrowing to the point where folks are joking about it, talking about it a lot. But it's weird when you see someone actually become their character to such a point. He has not started gaining weight at the same rate, but that's good as the original Elvis.
He's still young. He's still
young. Got
Yeah,
time
he's still young.
for sure. Wait for the 30 years from now Oscars when dude's just sunglasses, heroin, fat, sweaty. Who
Oh,
is
we
that?
almost had a spill.
Who is
Elizabeth
this?
Banks.
Elizabeth
She
Banks
almost
just stripped on her
wiped
giant-
out.
Her dress has a giant tail.
And she has a bear.
Cocaine Bear.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Elizabeth Banks, the director of Cocaine Bear. She's lost her voice. Love it.
Is that on purpose or is that for real?
I don't think it's a bit.
Oh, yeah, that's for real.
Okay. This is great. These are the moments I love. A silly comedy bit presentation. For those who are only watching us, there's Well, it's obviously a person in a terrible bear
Well, yeah.
costume, but kind of decent bear costume, saying, without visual effects, this is what a bear would look like.
It's actually pretty funny. What's funnier is Elizabeth Banks has no voice right now. So
Lost her voice.
someone's been partying, I think, a little bit too much the last
That
couple of nights.
Cocaine Bear movie after party and the rap party must have been intense, I'm guessing. But either way, this is a solid bit, and they're about to do visual effects award.
And it's funny, the bear is mimicking basically every movie that she is announcing right now. Oh.
Okay, and the bear just did the Wakanda Forever
Yeah.
sign when they were talking about Wakanda Forever, which is a nominee.
Oh, so
You might say,
Birmhaven chimed in and says, "You're very welcome. What you're doing is fine as is. Recently, I've been keeping track of the Oscars over the years online YouTube. I used to watch it on TV years ago, however." So
Okay, shout out Birmhaven.
Yeah.
Also, Birmhaven now followed up in a private message to me saying they want you to sing the final original song, and if they do so, then they will
Okay.
send some money our way.
who would that be? Is that the Rihanna song?
That would be the Rihanna song, absolutely. And you know
Okay.
the words because you've been practicing for this moment.
For sure. I'll sing it when she sings it.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
How about that?
Okay,
I need the
you'll
music.
sing along.
I need
okay,
the music. Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah. You put for this for visual effects? I think
Visual
we had different
effects.
ones, right? Or did we agree that it was Avatar?
Avatar: Way of
Yeah.
Water. That's what this movie did best.
Yeah.
Not even close. Should, and it wins.
There
Yep.
you go.
Avatar: Way of Water wins visual effects.
James Cameron should be here. He should have been here.
Would he even be the one accepting?
He'll be up there with him.
He'd
'Cause
be staying in the
I'm
background.
sure he would have, knowing his ego, he's gonna be up there with him.
His ego's so big, he's not even here right now because he wasn't nominated for Best Director. Is our assumption of why he's not there?
Is the assumption?
Maybe
yeah.
he's unwell. I don't
Yeah.
know. But James Cameron, not
Or
there.
he's busy editing his 9-hour cut of Avatar 3.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of movies to make over the next 30 years. Also, is it in Best Picture? I honestly cannot recall off the top.
Avatar, yeah.
I've
It
been
is.
so deep in this stuff.
It
okay,
is, yeah.
but it's just so not a favorite. Dude's won before. Titanic had a banner year
Yeah.
among tying or being up there for the record for all-time nominations.
Yeah.
Dude's been here. He gets the box office.
Yeah.
He's got that sweet, sweet dough and working hard. And I honestly, if you're going up there thinking you're going to just get dunked on all night by other people and maybe some weird jokes about your movie.
Your name is not Will Smith, so I think he's fine. Because Jimmy Kimmel has not hesitated every chance he gets.
That was one of the prop bets was how many times will the Will Smith slap moment be brought up on stage. And my guess was they would avoid it at all costs.
Okay.
They have not actually done that. Jimmy Kimmel has mentioned it many times.
I love that we saw an actual audience reaction of someone getting played off because they were disappointed too.
Yep.
Yeah.
To where Jimmy Kimmel's even mentioning it right now.
Yeah.
Malala.
Malala, sorry. CGI Fridays.
The visual
You
effects
get it?
after party is at CGI, Fridays.
Well, which the name of the restaurant is TGI Fridays. Which I know
but
that
he said
yeah, but he said CGI,
CGI
Fridays.
Fridays.
Get it? Waka waka. Oh, I love it when they do audience work. Because this could mean anything.
also ASAP Rocky is there. Rihanna's boo right behind Jimmy Kimmel. And that's terrifying. Whatever that interaction with Jimmy Kimmel might be.
Let's hope he walks by, just passes by that. Oh,
Shout out Malala.
Classy.
Okay.
Classy. Love
He
it.
asked her a silly question about tabloid news, and she said, "I only talk about peace," which maybe they
Classy.
fed her that line. But
But
when Hassan
still.
Minaj tried to engage with her at the Indie Spirit
Yeah.
Awards, she was
wasn't
just
having it, right?
nope.
Yeah. Oh, we got Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell.
That okay? I remember that joke now.
Very nice.
In the joke in SNL was just they were speaking gibberish, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about how nobody could understand
Yeah.
Colin Farrell in the movie Banshees of Inisherin, the thick accents.
By the way, big shout out to Jessica Chastain, who is one of the only ones that I've seen in every award show wearing a mask.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you saw her just take it off now because she wasn't expecting to be on camera.
We're doing more crowd work. What could go wrong? Okay,
Oh,
now
and
the
there's
bear.
the bear. Look who got scared.
Malala jerked away from the bear. Okay, please don't mess with Malala,
No, don't.
buddy.
Michael B. Jordan's probably like, yo, this guy's crazy.
Yo. Malala's an icon, dude.
Oh, yeah, you don't mess around with her like that.
I see why they want to do it as a comedy bit, but she's not going to
But
give you what you want. But she's
no.
above the fray. She's too good for
Yeah.
all that silliness.
She may just walk out.
Word. But she's promoted her short film diligently. Strangers at the Gate. Great message. And she's been doing what she needs to do to
Yeah.
bring attention to that message, and that seems to be her top priority.
This is
In memoriam,
we might be
maybe?
going into the in
I'm
memoriam
talking
now.
about Chadwick Boseman
Yeah.
now.
Why are people laughing?
There has to be
You
something
heard that,
happening behind
right?
the scenes, yeah.
Is it that stupid bear? I swear to God, it better not be that bear.
It's an awkward moment where audience laughter while they're talking about Chadwick Boseman's death, but there must be something happening behind the scenes that we're not seeing.
Damn bear.
Renee thinks it's the bear. Oh, we're doing original song, Rihanna's song from Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
All right, this is my moment, right?
Yeah, I'm going mic off, dude. I'm just focusing. No, please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't ruin this for me. I was kidding earlier. He didn't say he would send us money if we... Okay. It was a joke. Nope. No need to continue the bit.
No, I'm not. I won't, because Blake is gonna kill me. Love the set. I love what they did with the stage here. No, but it looks very much like a Wakanda setting. So shout out to Rihanna for looking fabulous with how many months pregnant she is. We don't know, but looking amazing.
Rihanna, yes, but also crushing it.
Oh,
Doing her
for
job.
sure.
Same as the Super Bowl, doing what she needs to do, singing what is a beautiful song, and some people are saying is the second most likely winner for original song behind Not To, but plenty of folks have it as their choice for good reason. And it's a powerful moment in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
When they're doing the funeral scene
Yep.
for Chadwick Boseman's character T'Challa. It's just weird to me because my mom is texting me again, but she's also on the screen right now singing the song, Rihanna being my mother.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Mother.
That's
Yeah.
fascinating. I wasn't aware of that. All right. You learn something new every day.
Like a spiritual mother, if you will.
Oh,
Like
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Sorry.
Rihanna's got pipes. For real. After the Super
I mean,
Bowl, I was
she's
watching a bunch of her
fabulous.
older live performances,
Yeah.
and she has pipes. There's plenty of folks out there doing the lip syncing thing. She's not one of them.
No.
She can sing. Her man ASAP Rocky cheering her on. It's cool to see. What time is it? How are we doing on the evening? I don't know
Right
how many
now
awards we've
it
got.
is 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So we have what should be less than an hour, maybe 30 to 45 minutes
Yeah.
of award show left.
Yeah.
30 if they were timely.
Right. So it's already been 2.5 hours of show.
From the time it was supposed
From
to
the time it
start, including
started.
montage and
Yeah.
everything like that.
But they're also doing a lot of like tributes in this episode. I mean, in this ceremony. You know, they did the Warner Brothers tribute. They did the whole thing about Little Mermaid.
We're now done with all the original
Yeah.
songs, which is one of the things that they have taken out in the past to help save
Right.
time. I don't know how many of the best picture previews we've done, but it's been a bunch.
Well, it's a 10 picture category. So we did. Let's see. I'm going to count them right now. 1, 2, 3. I think they have 3 more to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Not boring though. It hasn't been boring.
The night?
Yeah.
The Cocaine Bear bit was a little clunky with Jimmy
That
Kimmel
was
trying to
more
do crowd
cringy.
work.
Yeah, it
more
was a little
cringy.
bit cringy, yeah.
But sometimes those are funny moments that really bring people in and folks
Yeah.
want to laugh. And especially if you're a casual fan that's not as interested in the undercard category, sometimes they'll use that as a little bit of jokes. Usually it feels pretty flat.
Yeah.
And usually feels like, why are you doing this? So one of my theories on how to save time at the Oscars is focus on the things that people like who are watching it.
Yeah.
The movies, and do less of the weird, dumb side bits, songs that they're singing about. Like, I remember Seth MacFarlane having some real clunkers a few years ago, but it feels like it is rare to have a host where people go, wow, they killed it. So far, there's been not very much Jimmy Kimmel, and that's to the credit of the show.
Yeah.
Having only 1 or 2 moments where he's doing, and it's pretty quick too. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering something, but just now he did some crowd work for maybe 2 to 3 minutes, as long as we've seen him for any stretch since the opening monologue. There's sometimes where you'll see the host come out and do another 3 to 5 minutes, a whole bit, way too much crowd work, trying to work their way through the audience, which is a joke, but it's like a time killer and a clunker often. Sometimes the hosts are way too mean to the nominees or the folks in the audience, or they say things that are properly inappropriate or kind of weird, to the point where last year in a presentation we saw someone in the audience react very strongly to one of the jokes.
I don't know what
being
you're
made.
talking about. I don't remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Renee, you were live hosting. That was your first time doing that.
I don't recall what you're referring to one bit.
I did love though watching your live audience numbers just jump when that happened. Folks going, "What the hell is going on?"
That was definitely a moment in time.
I was supposed to be there with you. I had
Yeah.
COVID, and so
Yeah.
we weren't going to be in the same room together.
That's right.
Looking out for you, and then I missed out. We could have been doing this and just having a "what the hell just happened" moment.
It would have been.
You handled it like a champ.
Yeah, it would have been amazing. Yeah, but yeah.
So far, though, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel has done a terrible job.
No.
And
But-
he hasn't put himself out there with too many huge risks or big swings, which
Yeah.
I honestly think is a good thing.
Well-
it's so awkward when they try to do something really funny and it just totally whiffs. It's hard to watch.
Well, it's like what you said too. It's like his on-screen time has been very minimal,
Yeah.
which is helpful. I will say though, one of the funniest things he did was when he brought that tour group from outside into the theater.
You liked that? That was Jimmy Kimmel?
That was Jimmy Kimmel, yeah. And I thought that was actually pretty funny.
Okay.
Because it created funny moments of interactions with the celebrities and the people off the street. But there was controversy after that because I believe one of the guys that was part of that tour group was
He
like
had
a felon.
problematic past.
And he was the one that was asking for pictures of everybody.
It's a hell of a move to just ask random folks to pop into the Oscars.
Oh, yeah.
And just hope nothing goes wrong.
Yeah.
If that worked for you, I know for some people didn't. I think for me, I was like, okay, there were some moments in there. So far, they've been playing it fairly safe.
Yeah. There, the Daniels right there. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, sitting next to Kate Blanchett too. How
The
fantastic
best seat
is
in the
that?
house, one might say.
Fantastic.
What was his name again? I'm blanking.
James
right now.
Hong.
It's been a long night. James Hong.
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel just shouted him out. Was a supporting actor in Everything Everywhere. It's 95 years old, or
90,
that's the Oscars.
93.
He's around there.
Yeah.
Whereas the Oscars, it's their 95th year.
And he
They're
said
shouting
he
him out.
does. Oh, look, Kate is even like, oh my God. Oh,
Been a Hollywood mainstay for a long
time. And in a recent interview, he said that he's not ready to retire yet. He wants to do more stuff. Like he's all in.
He's also someone who Hollywood's trying to pigeonhole into certain types of roles.
Right.
And especially with goodness, movies past doing that to such an offensive degree.
Right.
And seeing him in the most nominated movie in a very powerful role was cool.
Speaking of the young stars of Hollywood, we're looking at them right now.
Florence Pugh and Andrew Garfield.
Gorgeous individuals.
I missed what you said.
Gorgeous individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we doing... Oh, screenplay.
This is
okay.
yeah. We're doing the two writing categories.
We switched on these. I think I put women talking
I did too.
for adapted.
For
In
adapted,
original,
in
I got
orig-
Banshees.
This
and
is
you
where this
switched.
is where we're different. Yeah. In
You put-
original, I put Triangle of Sadness.
Terrible prediction.
The Banshees of Inisherin. Now I won't be surprised if these guys win here.
Everything Everywhere is one of the other top choices.
Yeah.
And I think when we were looking at the odds, Triangle of Sadness was a plus 3,400
Sure.
on the odds, and that's why I
Yeah.
immediately started making fun of you because it was
That's
the
all right.
fourth most likely one or fifth most.
And that's just what you do too. So
But watch you be right. Thank goodness we only put 1 point or 2 points on this category instead of actual money. That's what we should do. Is the least likely it is, the more points you get for picking it.
Right.
And you could just have gotten 200 points right here. Next year, I'll make a very complicated system.
oh, there
Everything
you go.
Everywhere wins.
Wow. Look at that.
This is one that
okay.
was a favorite, but not a lock by any means. Everything Everywhere is, with Jamie Lee Curtis winning that category when it wasn't a lock, this category for original screenplay when it wasn't a lock. And now this is the first award where the Daniels are going up there, they being favorites for director later on. Also not a lock, but they're strong favorites in that category after cleaning up in the award season so far. They've had some great speeches. I'm going to listen to this one.
That's amazing.
Great speech so far. The joke was, I always had a dream as a kid of winning an award someday and telling off all the teachers that I hated. And he starts to read the list and he goes, just kidding, these are all the teachers that inspired me. That was clever. Daniel Kwan of the Daniels said, my imposter syndrome is at an all-time high while giving a speech for Best Original Screenplay at the Oscars.
That was great.
Wow.
That was great.
Wow. Shout out to... Oh, he's got on the back of his jacket, Michelle Yeoh's character has that same thing on the back of one of her jackets at some point.
Oh, is that right?
One of the characters does for sure, and off memory, it's Michelle Yeoh's character. And I remember looking for it, trying to find it online to see if I could get a jacket like that, which is why I remember. That was a genuine, lovely moment.
That was
from
great.
two dudes who have never been here before.
Yeah.
Definitely not on a stage this big. And before this award season, never at all. This is their second movie. They're two young dudes, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Shiner, and they've everyone in everything everywhere all at once has been giving beautiful, genuine, lovely, heartfelt speeches all award season. That was no
It's
exception.
genuine. It's very genuine. You know, again, it's special. That was like a special moment in time for them for a special film.
Them talking about I've listened to so many interviews with them, and them talking about doubting themselves, of confidence issues they have. It's amazing to see them be so successful and humble and transparent and honest about
Yeah.
imposter syndrome on Oscar stage.
That was
while
that was
getting an
hilarious.
award.
Yeah, that was
That's
pretty funny.
real.
Yeah.
Wow. Now they're about to give out adapted screenplay. We both put Women Talking. It's not a lock. All Quiet's possible for sure.
Boom.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right, got that one. Women Talking.
I'm just happy. Yeah, I'm happy because they deserve recognition for that movie because that movie was
Goodness.
really good.
Was nominated director. Was nominated Best Picture. Off memory, it could have had a lot of acting awards because they had so many amazing actresses in the film, plus Ben Whishaw.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the question was they couldn't get their theoretically the narrative is they couldn't get their act together and figure out who to nominate,
Right.
and they didn't do a concise campaign saying, oh, nominate Jessie Buckley and not this person.
Yeah.
Which they ended up with 0 acting nominations, and they could have had 3, 4, 5. Jessie Buckley, Frances McDormand, a bunch others.
Yeah. Great bit of trivia. Sarah Polley was an actress, or maybe still is. I don't know if she's acting much these days. She was in Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. I believe Frances McDormand was a producer on this film.
That's a good touch. Ask everyone who was involved in the movie to stand up.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's also a nice way to do it instead of reading off 20 different names.
Right.
Just say stand up, and that person actually gets visual recognition from the audience. Okay. Oh, QR time. Let's just see what this is. Here we go. Please work. To meet the nominees, it says. They're going to pop in here. We might be having special guests coming in at any moment.
Coming in live
Okay.
for our audience, the
Take me
Daniels.
back. It's just, okay, they're doing nominee spotlights, a little video, a montage, background on them, which is one of the things people say about the Oscars that even the casual fans enjoy is the human stories behind, oh, this is the first nominee for this award. This is the first time nominee.
Right.
This person struggled as a youth and had to teach themselves how to, stories like that, underdog stories, stories of someone beating the odds, or even just getting to know them personally makes the audience more invested in it rather than just some random dude coming up and, the Hollywood giving themselves awards for the purpose of all of this, whatever that may be, and instead actually shows you. It's why some of these speeches are so powerful, and it's special to see Ki-Huy Kwan or Daniel. We're at the point in the evening where names are leaving me. Where the Daniels giving their speeches, where those moments are special, and you're seeing a human moment of someone. Okay, I'm gonna step away real quick.
All right. I believe you took my pen, so I will grab this real quick. Again, just want to check in on my ballot. So Women Talking got that. Triangle of Sadness did not win original screenplay, unfortunately. And I believe, what else did I miss? I think that's pretty much it. But yeah, I think this year not so hot for my ballot compared to Blake's, which would be last year we came pretty close. He beat me just like by a couple of points. I think this year is going to be a bigger gap as far as his choices and his picks and his predictions are. So it is what it is. I called it though. I did say to him before that I believe this will be his year because I found myself watching pretty much the majority of everyone that was nominated this year. It is the first time I've ever done that. And I feel like that put me personally at a disadvantage because instead of making picks and choices that I think the Academy would go for, I had my own spin on things, my own emotional attachments to performances or things that I liked the best and all that, where it was more mixed in previous years. So I think that kind of helped me get a leg up on things. But that's fine. We do this because we love it, we enjoy it, and we just love the craft and art of movies. So, and what's my punishment going to be? I get to watch a movie that I will probably more than
I haven't
likely
decided what movie
enjoy.
you're going to watch. Now that
Okay,
I'm
now
kicking
he's
ass,
changing
I
his
might
mind.
actually up the ante a little bit. I love that because I could hear you. I don't know if you know that. I love that you were bragging about having been correct about being incorrect.
Yeah.
That was an impressive way to maneuver
Oh,
that.
yeah.
To make it seem like not a total loss. I guess that I would lose.
I gotta be right
the
somewhere.
predictions game. Unbelievable chutzpah. That was brilliant.
Gotta
if
be
you
right
had known
somewhere.
that,
Yeah.
maybe next year don't watch any of the nominees
Maybe
and
I
you'll
won't.
do great.
Yeah. Maybe I won't. Yeah.
Terrible strategy to be better informed about
Or
the
maybe
nominees.
I'll watch half. Yeah.
Perfect.
The minute I notice I'm watching too much, I was like, you know what? I'm taking a step back. Yeah.
We're now doing the Top Gun
Top Gun Maverick.
movie Best Picture nomination montage. We're watching Fast Airplanes, Fast Motorcycles. Tom Cruise say, "I'm a fighter pilot."
Oh, Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer.
Come
what a
on.
moment.
That was a great
And
moment.
a great logo, Top Gun Maverick,
Oh,
with the wings coming
iconic.
out the side. Oh, beautiful.
iconic.
I got chills. Planes go fast.
Oh, they actually got the real pilots. Or are
Those
they?
are-
Those
that's
are the
Miles
actors.
Teller,
Those
yeah.
are the actors.
He thanked them for their pretend service.
Nice.
Great joke. One of the actresses in the movie was they're talking about the dress she wore, and she wore a company. It was when her first award show. Nobody knew who she was. She was saying, and so there was a company that loaned her a dress.
Yeah.
And she just keeps using them
Oh,
now
that's great.
for being there. Before back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on
Right.
me.
Yeah. That's great.
Janelle Monáe was a bingo option for me earlier. Janelle
Was it?
Monáe presenting, who was another possible snub. Going back to a conversation we had a
Oh,
long
yeah.
time ago. A lot of folks had
For
her
Glass
as
Onion.
a likely nominee until we started getting deeper into awards
Yeah.
season. But her performance was awesome. She's about to do sound. She's famous for her music. Who's she presenting with? Did they say? Kate Hudson, also Glass Onion. Okay.
Yeah. I think this is another category you and I differ in.
This was sound.
Yeah.
What'd you put?
I put Avatar.
What did I put?
I believe you may have put Elvis in this, or Top Gun.
I put Top Gun because airplane, big noise.
Yeah.
People like that.
Right.
Also, the fact that so many people saw it in theaters. the sound quality is better when you watch All Quiet on the Western Front. That was a Netflix movie. Some people in select cities may have had the opportunity to watch it in theaters, but even here in New York, that was rare.
Yeah.
So one of my theories, even though both are impressive in sound and big action movies, and All Quiet being a more esteemed movie, more prestigious, you could say, more nominated than Top Gun overall, especially in the some of the bigger awards. But this is another tough category. Avatar, similar to the other ones we're talking about, a lot of great sound work, and it won visual effects earlier. Elvis, a sound-based movie, which sometimes that gives them an edge when it's a music-based movie, and The Batman. Top Gun Maverick. Wow. Interesting.
Wow, look at that.
You put that on yours?
No.
Who did?
That was
It's
you.
one of us. Oh.
Oh, boy. Here we
Oof.
go. Here's...
Damn. My boy, my boy. What did Austin Butler say when he won the Golden Globe?
Is that why am I here? No, he said, I'm all shook up. Did you lose your pen?
I've lost 3
Yeah,
pins
here
so
you go.
far.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that happens to me every Oscars. I have so many pieces of paper, snacks. Oh, I don't have to mark anything off because I got that one right. It's just better to assume that, and then I'll just mark them when I get them
this
wrong.
This guy, just shut up. I want to eat my pizza.
Interesting logic he's using. Talking about people seeing it in theaters. We're doing the original song nominations now. Renee and I both put Not To, Not To. This is a semi-tough one. It's definitely possible Rihanna could get it. Some folks had David Byrne and Mitski and Son Lux, who were nominated for score for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Son Lux was. And David Byrne being a winner before. But Not To, Not To is definitely the favorite. Yet not a lock.
It will be tragic if Not To doesn't win. There you go.
Okay.
All right, good.
Not To
All right,
wins.
I can keep eating my pizza.
Also, I was reading something. Somebody was given insight that the reason why they didn't hire a South Indian backup dancers was because in the original movie scene, like we're seeing here, the two main performers there are taking over another group of dancers, which at least makes sense in context. This was an opportunity to do more, and it was a missed opportunity. And to me, the moment still fell flat compared to the movie, which is some people were even saying, how are you going to even try to recreate the energy of that movie scene? winner is singing a song about how good it feels to win this award. That's a moment. And the second winner just said namaste and walked off like a champ with a gold statue in hand. Okay. Yeah, that's one where if it had gone a couple different ways, especially Diane Warren, it would have been a lot of people, including myself, bothered by that
Twitter
outcome.
would be exploding.
Yeah. Twitter would be exploding, he said.
Yeah, if you sorry,
Mouthful of pizza cookies? What are we doing over there?
Pedro.
Okay. We got John Travolta right now, someone who's known for mispronouncing things.
Yeah,
and,
that's why I want to pay
yeah,
attention.
and you made sure to eat a mouthful
Yeah.
of food in case you're asked to say Adina Menzel's
That's
name
right.
like he was a few years ago, and then went viral.
Howl out, howl out.
In memoriam. Being introduced by John Travolta, who probably won't be alive for much longer.
He's definitely going through his in memoriam of his hair.
Okay, you're allowed to make that joke, and I'm not. That was great. I actually
Exactly.
felt bad, so thank you for doubling down on the inappropriate humor.
I don't know. I'm not feeling this whole beard look though. He looks kind of weird.
John Travolta doesn't have a lot of options at this point.
And I know,
think
but
he used to be one of the most handsome men in the world.
He's always been clean cut. That's the thing, you know. He's never really rocked facial hair prior to the hair loss.
That's what you mean by clean cut.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
He's been doing this look for a few years now. And
Because of the hair.
I'm going to go silent for this moment. We're doing the in memoriam, y'all.
Who's
I'm not going to do
performing?
much commentating. Lenny Kravitz is doing a song.
Oh, that's
though.
awesome. Okay, yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna
going
listen.
mic down.
Oh, Robbie Coltrane and Christy Alley. Oh, Ray Liotta. Cocaine Bear. We talked about it before. Last on-screen performance from Ray Liotta. Irene Cara. Jean-Luc Godard. One of Blake's all-time favorites. Econ, Raquel Welch, more recent.
It was a touching slideshow. They had Lenny Kravitz perform live. I've heard someone talk about how you're seeing more live music performances. I'll talk about that in a second.
Okay.
More live music performances during these, because sometimes there will be an audience, like essentially like a clap-o-meter problem,
Right.
where when it's pre-recorded music and then there's nothing for folks to be paying attention to, the audience will start clapping for certain names, and then there'll be competing clapping based on who's the most beloved and missed person who passed away, and it's a real weird tone. And at the very least, that's a moment where I think you mute the audience, and then maybe just some respectful applause afterward. But that can feel awkward for sure. At the end, they said what website to go to. I was going to mention that there's been complaints in the past and in recent award season stuff, because there are a lot of people who pass away any given year, and in an industry as big as the movies and international cinema, and if you're including the gaffers and the person who helped write a screenplay 50 years ago, and who's making the decision of who the most popular people are to include and who deserves and doesn't deserve to be included in your memoriam, I get why they do it. It's a touching moment. Personally, I almost think you don't do it at that point, or it's not a terrible idea, at the very least, if you're going to do it, to say, go to this website and you can see a list of everybody who has passed away in the last year. And there have been definitely some moments in the past where family members have made statements afterward and someone's left out. Or it's happened in the past where, unless I'm wrong, maybe I missed it, Chadwick Boseman's not included here because he had passed not long before the last year's Oscars, or 2 years ago. I guess that would have been a couple of years.
No, Chadwick was in last year's in
last
memoriam.
year's in memoriam. Either way.
Yeah.
The part of the goodness time, but part of what can happen is someone can have passed in the previous calendar year, but the Oscars were after their death, and so folks think that someone's missing just because they don't remember or missed it the prior. There's just all these weird politics that can happen in that, and like to do a tribute that honors everyone, leaves no one out, and is satisfying and feels right.
I think there are just ways you could still include everybody, instead of dedicating the one person per side of the screen. Why don't you just do like a quick montage, and I've seen them do this in the past where it's just
where
like
there's video and photo.
Yeah, like rapid fire
then they'll do a
people.
photo.
It's like boom, boom, boom.
And sometimes
boom,
there's
boom,
from the past there isn't video of certain folks who are behind the scenes, etc. And so then they'll focus and spend longer on the more famous people, and that's also can feel like a false note.
It's a tough situation because
you're not going to please.
You're not going to please everybody.
If you included it all, you're not going to please everyone. And even now, yes, they at least said here's a list of other people, but they're not on the show.
Yeah, which they've never done before. So
Correct.
at least that's
something.
It's a step in the right direction.
It's not just we don't care.
Yeah.
Is this going to be film editing?
I believe we're in editing now. Yeah.
We've got Sigourney or Sigourney?
Sigourney Weaver.
Thank you. I always mess that one up. And,
and Zoe Saldana. Yeah. Both in Avatar. I love the little setup they got going on to kind of display the past versus the present in film editing.
Oh, that's what's happening. Thank you. Obviously, but I just didn't even see the right half. On the left, they're showing how someone used to actually physically cut a movie's film, literal film, to edit it. And on the right, they're showing the computer editing process and the big screens and what it used to look like, what it looks like now. I also think that's cool, especially in a movie, a year where like The Fabelmans, and a lot of movies about the movies and about movie makers, to where the editing machine in The Fabelmans was like a huge plot device.
Oh, major.
In that movie.
Yeah.
The whole film hinges around it. Film editing goes to Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah, we both got that.
Okay. Everything Everywhere.
What's the current tally?
I was literally about to start doing some maths on everything everywhere's tally.
We got him down for supporting role, for
Earlier,
actor.
have they done original screenplay?
Yeah, they did.
And it went to Banshees?
And that went to...
Did I not write that one down? Because
I thought you got it right, didn't you?
I
No,
got
that went to everything.
That's what I'm wondering. It did?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you wrote it as... Oh, we both got it
We
wrong.
both got it wrong, yeah.
Okay. Wow, so that's a lot then. It's getting everything where it was on the line.
Everything is doing really well.
That and All Quiet
Yeah.
have been doing pretty damn well. Okay, I'm going to do some quick math over here. Put my mic down.
Blake will do some tallying, so we could give you all a quick update on who's on top and who's clearly winning the evening. And I believe that is definitely Everything Everywhere for sure. And of course, Blake wants to remind you all that he's also winning, which is fine. Short but sweet. That was nice. Mind you, it is already 11:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we've definitely gone over the 3-hour mark for the evening. That's hilarious. That's pretty funny. That was a clear-cut political joke.
Oh shit, we're getting to the end.
Is Nicole Kidman going to talk about AMC real quick, or the love, the comfortability of being vulnerable? Heartbreak feels good at moments like this. I gotta say, Idris is just the man. Look how sexy this guy is.
What a strong presence.
Oh,
By my count, Everything Everywhere has 4 so far, but we still have director, which we're about to do, picture, and actress, which at this point I would favor Michelle Yeoh.
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah? This is one of the most 50-50 things of all time.
Not for me.
What do you mean not for you? I'm not talking about
No, I
what
know.
your gut says.
Yeah.
That's not. I don't fill out my ballot like you. Based on Vegas, all predictors,
Numbers guy.
Okay, but all the commentary I've been reading, everyone's just like, this is one of the toughest ones to predict.
Really?
And it's Cate Blanchett and Michelle Yeoh have been neck and neck, with Cate Blanchett winning earlier on, Michelle Yeoh winning more later on. But some of those include things like the Indie Spirit Awards, SAG Awards, and it's tough
That
to
was
predict.
too quick.
For real. We're getting later on though.
Oh.
Everything Everywhere
There it
wins Best
is. All
Directing.
right.
I'm gonna want to hear the speech for sure.
Yeah.
Now we got 5.
Holy
so far,
cow.
Unless I'm missing something. Known collectively as the
The
Daniels.
Daniels.
Daniel Scheinert and Daniel Kwan.
Oh, Stephanie Sue losing her
Oy.
mind.
This cast is so
They're a family.
for real, and it's
Yeah.
been such a long season, and they've been
Yeah.
at every one of these, and they've been cleaning up. Someone did the tally of how many wins they've had compared to how many nominations, and it's bonkers.
Oh,
how
yeah.
kicking ass.
That's why most awarded movie in every award season. Now we want to see that.
Okay.
I want to see that. I want to see his horror films.
He Daniel Scheinert thanked his mom, his parents for not crushing his productivity.
Any family. Jamie Lee already kicking her shoes off and be like, yeah, you didn't see that? She's not wearing any shoes right now. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Daniel Kwan is shouting out his immigrant parents, their creative souls, passing it on to him. Wow, another moment, another Everything Everywhere All at Once speech. Daniel Shiner shouting out his parents and then talking about how they didn't squash his creativity, even when he was making horror movies and wearing drag at a young age. I don't know if he was saying in general or as part of the movies, but he was saying that's a threat to no one, nowhere, which, shout that out. That's a political statement, but it shouldn't have to be. It's just a fact. Also, then Daniel Kwan takes over. They don't cut him off. They didn't play him off. He kept speaking, and it was a moment, and I love that. It's important that they recognize when this is a moment, it's a bigger award. This is a rare moment, and he's giving a beautiful, eloquent speech. A little bit rambly because of the way that they're having a real, genuine human moment right there, but also it was making beautiful points. Not even that rambly, honestly. It's just like he's saying a lot, thanking his parents, which I mentioned before, but then goes on talking about at some point his brothers and sisters, helping him survive childhood, his friends in high school, and then thanked his son for what did he say? Rewriting my DNA
every single day. Yeah.
I said something like, which is beautiful and terrifying, and the whole audience had an applause moment.
Yeah.
I also
loved how he said, "This is not normal. What's happening right now.
I'm not expecting you to live up to this standard. This is not normal. I'll love you no matter what," which is a message to his son, but I also imagine a message to himself in a way. It's something. It's a treat to listen to their interviews and his own relationship with doubt, talking down about himself, and pressure, and feeling the need to be perfectionistic, etc. And so at the end, he was talking about what it is to be creative and to unlock what's the most important thing. Everyone has genius inside of them, and it's important to find the people who can help you unlock that, and that's all that it takes. That was lovely.
It was great. It was right now, best speeches of the evening has been from the Daniels and Ke Kwan. So it's like Everything Everywhere. Like, again, you could see the passion behind what they did and what they accomplished. And the fact that they're such a tight-knit family and how much they support each other and all that. You can really feel, that. So their speeches have been like the best. We're not even at that point yet when they do Best Actress. Because if Michelle Yeoh does come through, then
that'll be a moment for sure. She's been giving, anytime she's won. And speaking of which, Michelle Yeoh, we got a trailer for
American Born Chinese. Yeah, brand new show coming to Disney Plus.
Which also they recently announced Stephanie Su is going to have a role in it.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this because I read the graphic novel and I loved it.
Guest starring Stephanie Su.
Yeah, so it's interesting. You got like the Everything Everywhere crew in this show too. You got Stephanie Sue, Michelle Yeoh, and Kiki Kwan. So
I my guess, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something, is that they added Stephanie Sue afterward.
I think that's a more recent or a last minute thing. Yeah.
And then also especially like ABC running the Oscars, Disney. It's a Disney show or movie or show.
It's a series.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then them just knowing that the moment that this movie is having, being imminently aware of it with them putting the Oscars on.
Yeah.
I think that's a smart choice to do.
Oh yeah. Quick check in on the comments. Casey chimed in saying everything is getting everything, definitely, and follows up by saying love that everything is getting this love. Same here. Same here.
Yeah, we've got so far 5 for Everything Everywhere. It didn't win ones that it wasn't expected to, like original song. Costume design, it wasn't really expected to win there, even though they were competitive, but definitely not a favorite there.
Yeah.
Solid joke.
Nice.
Jimmy Kimmel doing his thing again. Come out, make 3 solid jokes, walk the heck
That's
away.
it. Keep it moving.
Especially since we're at 11:20 on East Coast time.
Yeah.
While we're at it, Everything Everywhere didn't get original score. Wasn't a favorite there. It was possible. Other than that, it's basically anything that it was a strong contender for, it's been winning for sure.
Two previous winners, right? Jessica Chastain and Halle Berry.
Oh, they're doing Best Actor?
Yeah, best actor right now.
I wonder if we'll do Best Actress, because interesting. Because now they have 2 previous Best Actress winners presenting Best Actor now. And what's left? It's just acting and
It's
picture?
the 2 acting, direct. No, we already did directing.
We did
right?
director, so it's actor,
And picture, yeah.
actor, actress, picture. That's it, right?
Did
Yeah.
we do song already? Yeah,
Yeah.
we did song.
We did song. Went to not to. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, we are like right there.
And because you and I have everything tied the rest of the way, do you want to start watching the movie I'm going to punish you with now, or do you want to do that maybe after the Oscars?
No, that's going to be a separate
follow-up
episode. Yeah,
episode?
that's a follow-up episode because tonight's dedicated to the Oscars, and we should keep it that way.
I'm going to have you watch the 9-episode Ken Burns baseball documentary. It'll be a good 20 hours. 10 episodes.
I've told you already before. I saw a couple of those episodes, so I'm already a
You
little
have to
bit.
rewatch those.
I actually enjoyed that.
Did you watch the whole Beatles concert documentary?
The one on Disney Plus?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to think of things that are as long as
Oh no,
possible.
I loved it. I loved every minute of it.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah.
You're a sicko. You love that.
Oh.
You want to just be driven, like the long things. So
I
and it's hard
love
to
being
punish you.
involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me think about. I'll have to think about. Maybe it's just something that is so. Someone recreated every minute of a day in a movie one time, where it was like a full. They had a movie clip of a clock at different times of the day. I think it was every minute or every second of the day. It was every minute.
This is a legit movie.
It's an art project.
Okay.
But yeah, I might have you watch that.
All
Something
right.
Like that. Okay. Think about it. Do you like silent movies?
Not my forte.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
That gives me some ideas. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're about to give away the Best Actor.
Best Actor category.
award at the 95th Oscars. The Oscar goes to Brendan Fraser.
There we go.
We got that
There you
one
go.
correct.
There you
Austin
go.
Butler was a big fave for moments. He's won a lot of awards. When we didn't see Elvis winning elsewhere, this is when we were starting to say maybe this will go Brendan Fraser's way. Some places had him a favorite. A lot of places had it going either way, or basically a toss-up. They were right next to each other in the predictions. Colin Farrell was a long-time favorite, but when he didn't win at the BAFTAs, which was more or less home turf for that movie, it was pretty. His campaign was pretty much done. But up until then, it was a three-way race. We literally have people crying in the audience for Brendan Fraser's narrative, which is a powerful story. I'm gonna listen to this speech.
Yeah, this is going to be a great speech. So. Shout out to A24. And marks an amazing comeback story. And the fact that we got two comeback stories last year. Ki Kwan and Brendan Fraser. Very classy.
Solid speech, definitely pre-written, had 4 different nautical or whale metaphors, but emotional and heartfelt. Something people have talked about in the award season is he's cried a lot and been very emotional and grateful. It's probably smart that he had a well-written and concise speech. That was well done, and he thanked the right people.
Yeah.
Now the same 2 folks are giving away Best Actress.
Yeah.
Who won Best Actor last year? Was it Anthony Hopkins? Am I off by a year?
No, that was the year prior. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do you remember who won Best Actor last year?
Last year?
Yeah, it was a big moment at the Oscars. Oh, this is fun for me.
Can't remember.
Yeah, it was this guy named Will Smith who's not allowed to be there.
Oh, that's right.
And so he's not giving out the award. A lot of people were asking, because they usually have the previous year's winner give it to Best Actress and present that. So a lot of people were wondering, is it going to be the previous one? Is it going to be somebody else altogether? No, so that was smart then. They had two previous female winners giving out.
They should have just had Chris
Rock.
Rock.
There's so many options. Sure,
it would have been great if Chris Rock.
Idea.
Yeah, it would have been awesome. Here's the most controversial nominee of all of the Oscars, and that's Andrea Riseborough.
Wearing a leather jacket.
Yeah, being a rebel or a mafioso.
A disruptor, dude.
Yeah, she's a total disruptor.
She's changing how we do things.
Could be changing how campaigning is going to be done and handled moving forward.
Michelle Williams, who would have been a front runner for supporting actress, but put herself into lead actress and is a deep 5th place or 4th. Always about there. But bravo to her for taking a big swing. Now it's Michelle Yeoh.
Yeah,
and Cate Blanchett are.
I just think Michelle Williams thought a little bit too highly of herself.
Top two, most likely.
Yeah. Huh? What did you say? No, nothing.
I honestly don't even know what that means.
Diva mentality.
Michelle
Boom,
Yeoh
there it
wins.
is.
Holy
Okay.
shit. Who has a diva mentality?
Michelle Williams.
I was thinking you were saying Michelle Yeoh.
No.
I was like, what are you doing right now?
No.
This is a beautiful moment for Michelle Yeoh. She is losing her mind with her castmates.
No.
They are all screaming and hugging and elated. They've been that way for each other this whole award season.
With
This is
the
beautiful.
exception of one that's to come, they have swept the major categories.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that was another thing. Was there hasn't
Except
been
for actor, obviously.
correct. They're not
Yeah.
in actor, and so that
Yeah.
was one of the Oscar trivia things. Is the last time we had a Big Five winner off memory was Silence of the Lambs, and Everything Everywhere is up there though, because if you've got two supporting, an actress, it was up for screenplay. It got it. I keep making that same. I keep asking
Yes,
myself
it
that same
did.
question.
It did get screenplay. Yes.
It got director. It might get picture. That's also an all-time amazing list of awards. It's Michelle Yeoh advocated for dreaming big and said, "Ladies, don't ever let anyone tell you you're past your prime."
Big shout out to the moms.
If Everything Everywhere, Michelle Yeoh just gave a beautiful, touching speech. Stephanie Sue is crying.
I don't think
This is a
Stephanie has
special
stopped
moment.
crying since Key Kwan won.
We're
Ooh,
about to do
Mr.
Best Picture.
Harrison Ford.
Is that what he's
Indy.
about to do, right?
I think so.
If Everything Everywhere wins this, we're an all-time rarefied air for this movie. It'd be the 16th. Yeah, Kiwi
How
Kwan.
if he announces Everything Everywhere, he's going to be handing the award to Short Round. You do realize that, right?
Yeah. We're talking rarefied air. We're talking the 16th, tied for 16th most wins of all time. You're looking at On the Waterfront, My Fair Lady, From Here to Eternity, Cabaret, movies at that level. And then not only that, some of these movies, a lot of the awards were for other categories. We're talking actress, supporting actor, original screenplay, director. It would be picture. It's been an unbelievable run. The movie came out March last year. And I remember Renee and I were in love with the movie, and we were saying, well, maybe this will get nominated for some stuff, but maybe it'll just be one of those cult classics that you tell your friends about and, doesn't get to that level. And yet the movie was just unstoppable, and the word of mouth worked. A24 putting it on, having done such an amazing job getting awareness to films like Everything Everywhere, and it being their most successful. And now Harrison Ford is saying Everything
Boom, there
Everywhere
it
all
is.
at once.
They swept the major categories. Wow.
Bro.
Wow. Wow. Again, for a movie that came out in March of last year, a time of year when come this time the following year, those movies are often forgotten already.
A movie with multiverse jumping, hot dog fingers, an action movie, a sci-fi movie, a beautiful family drama, one of the most creative screenplays and stories you could ever imagine. Especially and on this stage, it's unbelievable. It's so exciting a movie like this can win.
I love him. I love both of them so much because you could tell those were the guys that you used to hang out with at the AV Club and all that. You know.
Hold on, they're now saying that there's been a mistake that Moonlight won best. No, wait,
No, it was La La Land.
wait. Okay,
No.
there was a mistake.
Are they trying to? Why is Warren Beatty on
No,
stage
okay, yeah,
right now?
Okay, it's just Jimmy Kimmel again. I
Oh,
got scared.
okay.
Everything Everywhere All at Once is our Best
Yes.
Picture winner,
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
Hell yeah!
Well deserved. Well,
Shout out A24.
Oh,
for making
A24.
amazing
Oh, my
movies
God.
happen. Shout out everyone watching at home. Shout out the amazing speeches we just watched. Those will be fun to watch again later, especially folks who were just watching us.
and another stab at
Great
the
joke.
Will Smith joke.
Great joke. Number
Yeah.
of Oscar telecasts without incident. They changed it to the number one. Fine joke.
Classy
Yep.
joke. Very Jimmy Kimmel. You know, sarcasm, witty.
We're not going to stay on too much longer. I think
No,
we'll do a little bit of recap.
Quick recap
of how momentous this night
Yeah.
was and what your thoughts were overall.
Yeah.
on the show.
Obviously, we'd love to know what you all think. I think we have just quick follow up. Birmingham, pretty solid awards given so far. Let's see who wins Best Pick. I think this came in prior to that announcement. And Casey with a emphatic yes.
My text, I've got a lot of texts from folks who are excited about Everything
Oh.
Everywhere All at Once.
Look, again,
What a night.
what a night for them. And let's talk about also like the other winners too. Like All Quiet had a very good night too. But hands down, it can't be reiterated enough that for a movie that came out so early last year, for a very quirky movie, and a movie that
Original as hell.
very
Rare
original.
these days. A box office success, but it wasn't a guaranteed box office success.
No.
There's movies that you go to knowing this one's going to at least break even because it's got this name in the title.
Yeah.
This IP. This one was a big swing, a risky movie to even invest in.
Very, yeah.
Not a small budget for an indie movie with all the action and effects,
But still
going
small.
into it, and
Yeah.
they made a most with a lean
Yeah.
crew. And there's some stories
Yeah.
of what it took to make it
Mm-hmm.
as an indie film at that high level, and it being such a successfully realized film
Yeah.
with such a big weird vision. And then it became a box office success through word of mouth and word of mouth.
It was mainly word of mouth, really. Yeah. And, social media reactions, all that stuff. It was one of those films that, when it came out in March, it kept chugging along month after month for a good amount of time.
Yep.
And it was A24's highest grossing movie ever,
All time.
all time. Now the most awarded movie in any given award season, I believe.
For A24
For-
history.
For any.
You mean for all awards?
I think so, yeah, because the record what came in with tonight was it was the most awarded movie.
For and you're including all the other
Awards,
shows.
yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Wow.
When I
Okay.
say award season, like all the awards within an award season.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
movies in the past who do better at Producers Guild or do better at Writers
Yeah.
Guild or do better at Screen Actors Guild. And this movie was such an accomplishment in every different category and just universally recognized, except fuck the BAFTAs. I think we can all say that pretty clearly. They pretty much suck.
And Golden Globe.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Golden Globes.
And generally haven't been predictive as predictive of the Oscars or as open to movies like this. But other than that, I just had to say fuck the BAFTAs. But other than
fine.
that, they've been cleaning up so much.
Yeah.
And there was all these Top Gun's going to win at the Producers Guild, and that'll make things more interesting at least. And then Everything Everywhere wins there.
Yeah.
And it wins at Directors Guild and Screen Actors Guild. That was amazing to watch because I knew you and I were talking back in March after seeing the movie. There's no way that a movie like this actually gets its due the way we felt so high about it at award shows.
And again, that's just going off of history. Again, any movie that comes out, if you have a movie that came out between the months of January and April, very hard for you to ever be considered for any kind of awards, let alone the Oscars. The fact that this movie kept chugging along, it was breaking records, it was getting a lot of recognition, and then I think it even picked up steam again towards the end of last year once the award seasons really started to kick into high gear. Like, I think you and I, we talked about it before. We were shocked at how many people were talking about this movie still.
Yep.
And I think at that point, we kind of realized how special this could be for that type of movie. Again, which generally also wouldn't be considered for a Best Picture because it's not overly dramatic. It's
Yep.
not historical.
That's
it's
what I
not a
was gonna
period
say.
piece,
That's what I was going to say next is there's definitely an element where it's been a little more different. It's been a little better in recent years to where this is such a unique movie in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
And this is one of the weirdest movies
Yeah,
to
oh, yeah.
ever win Best Picture.
Yeah.
And I'm about to just go through probably why I can't sleep tonight after this adrenaline rush of an award show and go through all the past winners. There have been some more indie, quirky, weird movies for sure. Like Birdman some years ago.
Oh, sure.
There's
Yeah.
been movies that were able to showcase and represent folks who
Yeah.
normally aren't representing the movie. So like Moonlight winning and having an all-black cast. Parasite winning a couple years ago and being a big international victory.
Yeah.
This story isn't made enough in Hollywood, and this type of cast isn't shown as the main cast often enough. And a movie this quirky, and one thing you and I especially can't stop griping about is the Oscars not giving movies that are genre films, comedy, horror, sci-fi, movies like that their due.
Yeah.
Even if it's a great movie. And we saw that in other ways in these same issues. We're not trying to say that the Oscars next year are going to always award what might be an innovative movie or a movie that's pushing the envelope. this year, Nope wasn't nominated at all, and that's a genre movie that, to a lot of people, it was in a top 5, top 10 critics' choice, and a weird genre movie, unique, etc. All that said, it's nice when the movie that critics are loving and that film fans and cinephiles are loving and the average person is loving, when the word of mouth was being so successful in the box office, surprisingly so, and that Hollywood is actually on the same page on Oscars night, because all of that is pretty damn rare, to where the night when we saw the envelope go from La La Land to Moonlight, when La La Land won, folks go, fucking of course it did. It's the one that's the more disappointing choice, which of course, like, Green Book's still win. That was 2018, a very disappointing night for like film fans, right? But in general, what we can see is a moment like the envelope being handed from La La Land to Moonlight, or in this year, it just being handed to Everything Everywhere All at Once in the first place.
Yeah, no, a very historical night, a very important night as far as representation and acknowledgement. Michelle Yeoh, again, has had a huge, long career, and the fact that, with where she finds herself in her career now, she's finally getting recognized for an achievement of her performance in a movie. Ke Huy Quan, it was a year of comebacks too. Ke Huy Quan, who has been out of the Hollywood scene since he was a kid, because of not being able to find proper roles because of all the stereotypes and all that stuff. I believe one of his last movies may have been Encino Man or something soon after that.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
And hearing his story and him give interviews talking about not being able to work, not sure about paychecks during the pandemic, after they'd filmed Everything Everywhere, and then just trying to figure out, like, what am I supposed to do now? Not getting auditions or not getting roles. And then this movie comes out and people get to finally see it and what an amazing actor he is. But it's rare for folks to get a chance like that in life.
Yeah,
and also you were going to mention earlier with the award and the Harrison Ford and Ke Huy Quan moment up there on stage. That was special.
That was great. That was great seeing, like, again, Harrison, having a chance to act with Ke Huy Quan when he was a little boy. And that was always the greatest pictures to see, when they would have a photo together at an award ceremony. Kind of like throwback photo. And again, someone that Ke Huy Quan, acted with in Encino Man, Brandon Fraser, who also had an amazing comeback year for someone who also has been kind of out of the Hollywood, kind of spotlight for a very, very long time.
In a way, also Jamie Lee Curtis as a first-time nominee later in her career, and having been a genre person, someone who wasn't taken seriously by Hollywood in this type of elitist award season way. Similar with Brendan Fraser, Jamie Lee Curtis didn't necessarily have the same fall-off that Ke Huy Quan or Brendan Fraser had, and was always in movies and maybe breaks here and there and doing more commercials or commercial films, both at different points. But either way, seeing folks either kind of like a redemption narrative and comeback narratives were nice. And then also seeing the Daniels giving speeches. I guess another name, because as an aside, the Daniels giving speeches as first timers to this. Yeah. Their last movie, Swiss Army Man, I thought also a heartfelt movie, but a fucking even weirder movie than Everything Everywhere.
Sure, by far, yeah. No, because it's so independent, it's so indie that again, those movies very hard for an Academy to recognize, really.
100%.
Yeah. But you think about that movie now, that was a movie on a lot of people's list for one of their favorites that year.
Oh yeah. I heard someone also saying that this movie had heart, as if that one didn't, because they remember it as the quote unquote farting movie. Where there's a corpse that farts and it's ridden like a surfboard or a raft. But the whole point is it's a movie about life and death, and when you're stranded and isolated, and you're it's in different ways, like a mental health movie. It had a lot of deep points, but that weren't as accessible. Whereas Everything Everywhere did I think maybe a cleaner job of saying this is what the movie is about, and you actually have two characters arguing for their different viewpoints on the meaning of life and the purpose of why we need to be, and how to love people, etc. And then also, the thing I was going to add was Michelle Yeoh's a similar with all these different acting nominations that we've talked about. Michelle Yeoh is another one, first time nominee, later in career.
Yeah.
Has had a lot of success, and also not enough roles taking her seriously, and definitely not the awards show folks taking her seriously and seeing her speech. I think a lot of people were saying that it was neck and neck with Cate Blanchett and Michelle Yeoh. The odds makers had it that way, and Cate Blanchett at different points was the favorite. Personally, I might say Cate Blanchett was the best acting performance of the year. If it was Cate Blanchett expected to win, I might say the same about Michelle Yeoh. But they were both incredible performances. It was really nice to see these. You could call it another redemption arc, like the other ones, where at least someone's getting recognized for having been a mainstay in Hollywood. And stuck to their dream, like she's talking about in her speech so eloquently. But that was nice to see in all 4 categories. That's rare.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I too, like in our prediction episode, in our ballot episode, I did say that I felt Cate Blanchett's performance was the strongest performance out of all. But for Michelle Yeoh to win, that is the important thing to put out there now. That is the one that needs to be recognized now, because of her longevity in her career, what it means for representation. I felt like that was the more important choice for this year. We don't know if Michelle will ever have a chance to get this kind of recognition again. You know, I'm hoping she will be, but it was more of like, it's about time. You know, where Cate already has been recognized in the past, and I'm sure she's going to be recognized over again and again later on in a couple of years and all that. But for Michelle, it's more, I don't want to say legacy award, but it's more of like, okay, it's about time you recognize someone like this, you know, because there's so many other people who didn't have that chance. So she is that representative of all those people who just never had a chance to be recognized when maybe they should have been, you know. So very, very touching speeches, all from the Everything Everywhere crew. The Daniels, again, speaking to like the creative people out there, speaking of like not giving up their dreams, and you know, the weirdos. Yeah. I mean, I love both of them because they both are very nerdy in their own way, and it's the best type of nerdy. You know, the nerdy that we gel with. You know, I could easily see myself hanging out with any one of those.
You see those dudes at a bar, we're popping by being like, "Yo, top 5 movies all time. Let's talk."
You know, like when we do like the trivia nights, those would be like our trivia night buddies. You know, exactly. And all that. And
seeing Daniel Shiner even be the one to wish everyone a good night, and being a goofy with his big
loud camera. He's like, "Good night, everybody." It's like, oh, that's my dude. You know, that is my dude. So really great to see people like that getting, you know, acknowledged and recognized for the great work that they do, the creative work that they do. And it speaks very highly, again, for those people who are out there trying to do the same things that they are doing. And lightning in a bottle, I have to say. Lightning in a bottle for these guys. And
seriously.
Who would have known?
I'm curious what they'll do next, but I'm sure they have plenty of time to sleepless nights to worry about that and wonder on what's the follow-up.
Right now,
I was almost thinking like fucking retire after this one.
I would.
Just go be a film professor, be a legend, a recluse, something like that.
I'll teach a class at UCLA. Just be a resident there. You know.
I personally think that after the last, because I was a fan of the previous movie. A criminally underseen movie, and then now Everything Everywhere. I think it's one of those, they're going to be doing interviews being like, guys, everyone lower your expectations. They were telling people that after Everything Everywhere came out, after it overtook Parasite as the top rated all-time movie on Letterboxd, they're literally on the Letterboxd podcast being like, everyone please stop and lower your ratings. We are begging you.
That's the great thing about both of them, that they're extremely humble. On Twitter.
Yeah.
Every time someone would give them praise, they would retort and say, that's kind of you to say, I don't think so, but...
There's a lot of movies that are better than ours, but thank you for being so excited. Maybe calm down.
Right, yeah. And those are the people you want to see, you know, do well out there, you know. And I do think they have a lot more in store for us to all see and enjoy, whether it's another movie or maybe TV, you know, like maybe they'll strike a deal with a streaming service or something like that. That'll be interesting. But no, very, very happy for all of those people involved. And again, I said it before during the broadcast, they're all a family and they all acted like one, and you could tell like the passion and love they have for each one of them. Stephanie Sue, I swear, did not stop crying since like earlier on in the whole awards show. She's just full on tears this whole time. I don't know what's gonna happen to her tomorrow.
Also, check out her Indie Spirit Award when she won and was crying on stage and not ready, and she's like having a very human moment because it was her only individual award in all this award season where she's seeing her castmates and her movie win and is very hyped for them. Yeah. And to her, kind of her speech was about being more of like an art school weirdo and her love for indie movies and the Indie Spirit Awards and being somewhere where it's her first individual award she'd ever gotten, and she's like geeking out on stage, crying, overwhelmed, like kind of like making like guttural sounds at points where you're just like, holy shit!
Like, is she okay?
She's having but she's having like a very real moment on stage and kind of freaking out. That was lovely to see, and the fact that all of them at different points have been awarded for that movie, was cool as hell.
No, it was great, and I don't think there was any. Sorry, what were we gonna say?
Is anything else? I was gonna ask because I'm happy to do like close out with any more recap or future. Does anything else stand out? I know we were saying like All Quiet did better than we thought in a few categories. A lot of things that basically held down as the odds favorite. I don't think there was any huge upsets or shocks.
No.
There are going to be people who are upset about how certain awards went down. I know that there's going to be folks who are disappointed in supporting actress. Especially after Angela Bassett.
Angela Bassett is going to be spoken about, I'm sure. We're definitely going to be, for the next couple of days, we're going to be hearing about the Angela Bassett not winning. Why
Andrea Riseborough they even bothered nominating her.
Yeah,
I'm sure
look what
conversation
happened there.
will never end. It's going to be part of the legacy of this year's Oscars. There weren't any huge incidences, which, while sure it's fun for getting attention for the show, it's kind of better to have, like, the last time because I watch this every year and I pay attention to all the feedback that the show gets, and usually people are either like bummed out about the winner. Last year it was all about the slap.
Of course.
In prior years, it's the host was so terrible. It was such a bad job. In some years recently, it's been there weren't enough nominees, and so you're getting all these weird nominees because there weren't movies in theaters. Right. It's been a while. And maybe if you're someone who hates everything everywhere, I think most people are just like, I didn't get it. It wasn't for me, but I see why. I'm glad people are excited about it. It was a cool movie, things like that. I don't know people who are haters about it necessarily. I don't think I've seen that. I might be biased. I know there's some people who just said straight up, I didn't get it, tried to watch it a few times, never got it. I'm never going to get it. Enjoy everyone. But if you're a hater about the movie, then this was a very fucking bad night for you. Other than that, this felt like one of the cleanest Oscars we've had in a minute, where there are definitely people left out no matter what.
Sure.
If you go into the Oscars thinking that you won't be disappointed in that type of way, in a very basic, the best performance, or they'll be underrepresented. We all knew that going into this year's Oscars. The expectations were kind of set. Last year's Oscars were so wild with the slap, and in recent years,
it was unexpected too.
Not enough good movies. In years before that, it's been a very disappointing set of winners or weird, crappy speeches. I remember Joaquin Phoenix and Renee Zellweger giving back-to-back weirdo speeches, and it just being a weird way to end the night. A couple of years ago, with Anthony Hopkins not being there after he beat Chadwick Boseman. Right. And they made that the last award of the night, being such a thud way to end the thing. That this is not that year. This to me is a year where at the very least they go, okay, that was a pleasant night. There were a few jokes that were maybe not to your liking, and some winners who weren't to your liking. But overall, a successful award show. Did that just happen? Is that real?
It's true. It's very, like you said, very clean, very uneventful, really, for the most part. The speeches, none of the speeches were cringeworthy or overly political or overly, self-promoting or anything like that. The jokes and the host was fine for what was needed.
Edgy enough that they were funny and like towed the line, and I'm sure some people are going to be upset about a couple different random jokes.
I love that Jimmy went there though. Like Jimmy went with the Will Smith jokes, even though not saying it specifically.
You have to deflate that tension. If you don't address it, it's weirder in my opinion. And some folks were debating maybe they'll ignore it completely. In my personal opinion, I think it's good to not over fixate on it, or to make it like, oh, in this year's award show we're going to see who's going to slap who, like weird crap like that. overall, you kind of have to address it to deflate that
Sure.
balloon, and he did, and of course and also Jimmy Kimmel was mad after last year, where he's like
Oh,
emotionally defending Chris Rock's
He
honor.
hated that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very vocal about
So
it.
he, if
yeah.
anyone, has to
Yeah.
mention it, and yet they didn't hyperfixate on it. It didn't feel like the jokes were too wild, like Chris Rock's recent special where he addressed it
Yeah.
was very on the nose.
Yeah.
This was
Well, it was
more
very
of like
visceral,
a
yeah.
sidestep, kind of like a jab.
Yeah.
A clever way to handle it, in my opinion, overall. And sometimes it was very overt, but they never mentioned dude's name.
No.
I don't think. Once.
It was perfectly done in Jimmy's voice. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
like, very quirky, very sarcastic, and very witty.
Yeah.
Again, it's quick jabs here and there, especially at the end with the nice little incident thing. Like, I mean, that's a very
Years without
that's a
incidents
very
at the Oscars.
Kimmel type of
Number
humor
goes from
and all
0 to
that.
1.
Yeah. So very well handled. I think the only cringeworthy moment of the evening was the cocaine bear, the dude in the bear costume.
Yeah, I think that if you didn't have that, we're at a near perfect Oscars, at least for
Yeah.
not having fucked up, weird, bizarre,
Right.
gross moments,
Yeah.
etc.
But a part of me wonders, was that him or was that the producers of the show / Elizabeth Banks agreeing to do something like, because she walked out with the dude in the bear costume, and then when Jimmy did the crowd work, that bear just kind of followed him. out
if
there.
Jimmy was upset, it was like, imagine if the bear was pranking in some way, or like the guy in the bear costume was like, oh shit, I could go out
Hey,
there.
this is my moment. Yeah.
And I wouldn't be shocked if we heard that, because that
Yeah.
was the only weird moment where it was like, this doesn't feel planned.
It didn't fit.
And then the bear's kind of like half pretending to attack Malala.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
That was weird. You're right. That was a clunky moment. There's a moment when there's laughter during the In Memoriam introduction.
Because it was all the same.
It was around
time.
that same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So if that's part of the same thing, maybe the person takes off the bear head and reveals who it is. Something like that. Like, I'm trying to think of what
It's
could
Chris
even
Rock.
happen. Can you imagine? But then it's during the In Memoriam. They're like, we can't show that.
No,
I don't
no,
know.
yeah.
That would be an interesting behind the scenes. What the hell happened there? Other than that, you're right. That is a clunker moment, but it's definitely not the worst we've seen.
No. Again, I think the things that people look forward to the most are any of the speeches going to be overly political or whatever the case is, self-promotional stuff, whatever.
Boring is another
boring
terrible thing.
Yeah. We only had like 2 or 3 playouts. Unfortunate playouts, because I'm sure it could have been a quick thing or whatever the case is, but no real shocking moments, no huge surprises. Again, if there was going to be any talk in the next couple of days about what happened tonight, it's going to be Angela Bassett, probably for a supporting role. The cocaine bear moment, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be talking about that.
Someone asked on Twitter if it was Matt Damon in the bear costume.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
But then the timing with the In Memoriam, that's too fucked up.
It's too
stupid.
It's too bad. Yeah.
Otherwise, that actually would have been a good moment.
That would have been great,
Okay.
actually. Yeah.
The another one that is A24 gets Best Actor also. I hadn't put that together before.
Oh yeah. A24 has
Winning all those awards, and it's their 10th year of being a studio promoting independent movies.
Yeah.
We did a whole episode earlier this year of our favorite A24 movies and the history of them,
Yeah,
and what they
definitely
mean
check that
to
out,
movies.
because we
Holy
love
shit.
A24. Yeah, but A24 banner year for them. Really, if they weren't on the map before,
Yo.
my goodness, they are definitely
The winning most
there now.
studio? God
Yeah.
damn, that's rare.
Yeah. I mean, again, all the major categories. Brendan Fraser, The Whale, A24. Ki Kwan, everything, A24. Michelle, of course, same. Jamie Lee Curtis, directing. It's unbelievable. A24, and for a studio of their stature, for not being around. We saw them paying tribute to Warner Brothers for 100 years of film industry and all that stuff, and then again Disney 100 years and all that. Yet you have A24 owning the night.
1/10 of that.
1/10 of that. How beautiful is that? But yeah, let us know whether you're probably, if you're live right now, we'll be on for like another 5 minutes or so. But if you're watching this in the replay, what were your favorite moments of the night? What did you consider to be a cringy moment, or the most heartfelt moment of the night? Because I think it's kind of hard to beat that Ki Kwan speech.
It was early on, and I think it was a smart speech to put early on,
Yeah.
getting folks on that page
Yeah.
of how this is a big moment for some folks.
Yeah.
And this is like a night where you can have amazing stories, not just being rewarded, but also on stage.
Yeah.
That was a cool moment to start off with. That was my personal favorite. There's a couple great original song moments.
The Lady Gaga performance. I mean, for something we weren't expecting to really happen tonight, that was actually pretty strong. That was like a really, really nice raw performance of hers. And again, as if you needed to be reminded of her talent. I mean, she's just so good in general, anyway. But
same. I mean, Lady Gaga killed it. Rihanna killed it. Natu killed it. Everything Everywhere All at Once, original song, killed it. Diane Warren happened to be there.
Yeah.
I mean,
performing on stage. Yeah,
sure.
You know,
she was there. I guess
she was there.
Yeah, but everyone else killed it for sure. And Diane Warren played the piano.
Yeah.
I think this is a special year.
Yeah.
I think we might. I don't want to get too spoiled. I'm usually more tired, disappointed, burnt out than this. So this was fun.
Oh, this was great. This was great. No, I'm glad we were able to finally do this. Again, we were supposed to do this last year. It would have been a totally different year if we did that. Like, if we were able to do it last year with the surprise moment. But to close it out, I think we should talk about our results in the ballots because Blake is indeed the clear winner here. By a lot. I would say, I would dare say landslide at this point because Blake did get the majority of the major categories, and I missed out on maybe one or two of them. And once you do that in any Oscar ballots, whether you're in the office or with your friends, if any one of you miss out on a major category, but other people are getting those, that's when you know you're in for like a rough night for sure. And maybe in other nights, if it was just one major category and I cleaned up on all the small ones, then that would probably be a different thing. But no, this year, definitely not my year, but that's fine. So the punishment, we will agree as to what movie you're going to ask me to watch. And the wager that was on the table was I was going to do that, but I'm also going to I haven't decided yet if I'm going to live stream my reaction doing it, or I'll record it for sure, and I will post it as a reaction video on the channel. But when do you want to tell me which movie that is? You want to wait till our next episode, or?
Well, so we do these weekly, and we'll often start off an episode, or we talk about movies weekly, especially new releases, but then we'll start off talking about what have you seen in the last week. So at the very least, in an upcoming episode, I'll be really enjoying that moment where I'm asking you. I currently am still leaning towards the Jim Jarmusch option, but right now I'm on Letterboxd. I've got my top 150 all-time movies list. And I'm just looking for what's the most painful or longest one or the weirdest one. I've got some real weird stuff on here. So I'm going to make it. Have you seen, I think you have, and I think you'd like it, was Yorgos Lanthimos' The Lobster? Speaking of Colin Farrell out there.
I love that movie.
I assume so. All right, I got to go even more.
That movie was great.
Okay. All right, but thank you. I'm excited for this opportunity.
We'll figure it out.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I appreciate you. And if you guys appreciate us, you could easily show that just by simply liking the video if you haven't done so yet, subscribing if you haven't done so yet, so that if you want to see my reaction to whatever Blake decides to let me watch or ask me to watch, then definitely stay tuned to the channel to watch my reaction to that. But a huge, huge, huge thanks to all of you who are watching along with us tonight. Shout outs to Burnhaven, KC, Greg Reeves from earlier in the evening. And I don't know if you're still there, but KC did have one last chime in. So happy that everything won so many. Yes, we are very happy to. Again, thank you to all of you who are watching, and to all of you lurkers too who didn't leave a comment. You know, again,
shout out to my mom.
Shout out to
Bobak popping in early on the comment section.
Yeah, shout out to everyone. Comment or not, just really happy that you joined us tonight on this great evening, fun evening, an evening that I'm glad Blake and I were finally able to do in person together, and our first in-person thing that we've done for the channel. Because everything we've done, it was over Zoom or whatever you want to call it and all that. So how did this feel? This felt good, right?
I just got here. The different Blake has been, and then I'm about to chew some chapstick really quick. That's how I'm gonna celebrate this evening.
But no, this has been fun, and I hope this leads to more in-person, episodes and stuff like that we'll do later on this year, whatever the case is. Stay tuned, whenever that happens. But right before we sign off, Blake, again, where could people find you online?
You can find me on your couch right now. I'm right here.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
sitting here, just hanging out. That or Letterboxd.com, as I was just mentioning, where I've got all those lists, including 150 favorite movies, 10 favorite movies, on and on. My screen name there is Last Name Wolf. No punctuation, nothing. Just regular spelling. Last name Wolf.
Last name Wolf. There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
find me there.
Find him there, and please follow him there, because again, great follow, especially with all the unique lists that he has.
Everything
for
Everywhere
his,
All at Once has been on my top 10 movies list since about June or July. Once I gave it some time, slept on it.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
So this has been a good night.
I'm not
Thank you.
surprised. No, thank you. And for me, obviously, I am on Letterboxd as well. I'm not as well versed in Letterboxd yet, not like my boy here, but I am starting to get myself familiar with the platform. So definitely follow me there. And all of the socials and Letterboxd, it's all under Low Key Geek, just like here on YouTube. Again, thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. If you want an audio version of the shows that we do and the things I do here on the channel, definitely type in Low Key Geek on your podcast platform of choice where you can download this episode. I'm not sure if this particular episode will be up there, but there will be other episodes that you could listen to for whenever you are in the mood for listening to us on the toilet or on your way to work or whatever the case is. Wherever people listen to podcasts, you can find us there.
Or we'll find you. We
Or
might just
we
come
will
to,
find you.
or we'll just pop by. If
Yeah.
you're sitting on a bus stop, we'll just start talking about movies.
Yeah,
just hanging out.
yeah, we'll
either
just-
in your ears or just in person.
We'll just be there.
Yeah,
We'll just
if
be
you don't
there.
find us, it'll
Yeah.
be fine. We'll keep talking.
We'll just keep
We're
talking.
just gonna be here.
Yeah, we'll just do what we do as we do normally every week. So, with all that being
4
said,
hours in.
4 hours in, yeah.
Will this ever end? We're about to find out.
We're about
I
to
can't
find
wait.
out, yeah. But again, this has
Thank you.
been a lovely evening. Thank you again so much for watching. I've been Renee. That's been Blake. This has been a special Oscars watch along live reaction episode of Movie Time. Stay cool, stay classy, stay safe, and we will catch you in the next one. Peace out, everybody. Have a lovely evening or morning for those of you in Japan.